Hello everybody, welcome back to Wampleville. Another boss. This one is from Archvillain. Archvillain games. Their stuff is always nice because it seems to be super easy to support. They do a very good job with the hollowing of things. If you're printing one of those things and it's not hollowed, that's probably because the interior geometry is not really favorable for it. So that's why, and again, some of their stuff is rock solid, but that's because, again, you don't want to be hollowing it out because you'll get some mischief going on. Hey there, Armored Wolf. There is no doubt about it now that this, I think actually this is probably one of the ideal priming colors. Not too light, not too dark. Hey there, Landrast. Sorry I didn't get a chance to send you the Isengard photos yet. But look at this here. This is actually 3 of the 4 permutations. I don't have the first one out there, but these 3. Now again, the second one, there was a crazy little thing where I thought that the headdress was part of his. You can see it's still kind of weird and funky there. These other ones did a much better job with the headdress there, and you could see I actually had to kind of tell it do shiny gold. So Landress, that is something I'll try to remember for the elves, right? That maybe have a shiny gold reference because otherwise it's just kind of like vaguely gold-ish. That third one there has much more of a shine to it for sure. So yeah, I think that's something I gotta remember moving forward here. We'll go with the obsidian down here, green over here. But for right now, we're just gonna just start blasting away with some lighter stuff here. Hey there, Gigabyte, how you doing? And of course, I think the other thing I wanted to try and do was remember our little off-camera light sourcing like we did on Gandalf right here. It's like, dude, man, kind of stinks having no arms. He's like, yeah, man, how am I supposed to eat stuff like this? He's like, well, somebody could just drop that in your mouth. It is wide open. I think he's got himself some bad breath too. Man, that's pretty insulting by Gandalf straight out of the gate there. So yeah, Landrast, I'll get you those pictures. I'm printing out another one of the Bastion type things, which is like a 17-hour print or something like that, just for that one piece. I do have to send him a message because he did, for whatever reason, the file that's supposed to be the roads or whatever. Well, he sent me. Well, when it downloaded, all it was just another Bastion piece. So that's not too good. That is not helpful. So Gigabyte, I hope that you're doing well, and of course, Giga, hopefully you've had a chance to maybe paint some stuff, fool around with some things. Okay, gotta be careful that we're not snapping these things off right here. Let me get some more of this. We're making radiant gray here. We got the violet, we got the green, and that together is going to make a gray. More violet. I might even put some of the more yellowish green in there, just for reasons. Just cause. Then we'll start mixing up some glazy things, because, glazy things. Yeah, that's less than convenient, right, Gigabyte? Not ideal. As in, holy smokes, that's not ideal. So sorry about that. I think I did send you a land. You saw some of the colors that were in that the picture that I sent, right? The stuff that Kathy's sister sent this way. And again, it's all Gamlin stuff. Actually, ooh, well, it's kind of hard to get to it, but I think I might try this. I was gonna actually paint this one on stream, but I think what I'll do is I'll do a tutorial with this because there's that cobalt blue, there's the turquoise and stuff. Maybe that would be a decent bust to try and give that a shot with. See how that goes. Yeah, oh yeah, Giga, I could see that happening. I could definitely see that happening. Yeah, we're just doing a little something here. Nothing of any great importance. We're just trying to get some a little lighter here that we can do our glazy stuff on top of. Mostly using the Paul Rubens alkyds with some of the Griffin alkyds, because alkyds. Okay, maybe we should have some children's programming. It'll just be called the alkyds. It's about kids that learn the wonders of oils that dry quickly. Getting up to hijinks, solving crimes, mostly committed by big acrylic, I'm sure. And every time when they pull the mask off of the whoever the offender is for that week's episode, I'm sure it'll be big acrylic, and I'll say I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for you meddling kids. Camden, there's the what was it? Oh, the one that Surface Tension created, and it was that was for Alkids Anonymous, Camden. Yeah, it was for Alkids Anonymous. And of course, what does our linseed racer say? Alkids for victory. There you go. It's written in ancient Elvish, so it must be true, right, Camden? It has to be true if it's written in ancient Elvish. Yeah, we'll hit these guys with the stuff. Hit this guy with the stuff. This over here. What about this thing? Grab me some of this now. Why not? Grab me some of this. We'll get you mixed in there and do the thing with the thing. So Camden, in a sec, I'll show you the reference that was generated. As I was saying right at the top, there is no doubt about it. Doing that kind of was it the ebony flash primer from Badger is the ideal starting point when you take your pictures and then bring it into the AI. You can see how we're able to kind of hone things a bit more there. You can see we're trying to get the red source lighting on it too. And again, Camden, if you want to share some stuffs there in the chat, please go ahead. Like always. Alright, enough of that. Let's get me some... oh, that's right, we haven't done... We don't have any of our floral orange out here. Ah, there is none. See if we can scare up some of that here. Come on. Is this the lighter stuff? I think it's about the mid-range. So this is another fabulous Archvillain sculpt here. It's part of their what is it? Agamo return. What the heck was it called? And I think they're on like their third chapter of this. Yeah, again, Archvillain really does fantastic stuff. Now, which way do we want to roll with this? I think this way, perhaps, is where we want to try and get a little bit of just a hint of some source lighting here. Maybe, again, just a hint of it, not a ton. And it might just be in this area here. Come on, get yourself up there. Maybe a little more there. Okay, so maybe from this angle here, we'll try that and see what the heck happens. I do think now it's time to start doing some darker glazy things. Let's do that. Get this baby cleaned off there. I might go ahead and use, let's see what do we got here. Yeah, I think we were using that for our rusty stuff. I was trying to find some of our crocs that we did as part of, well, there's the size of this thing. This ain't so, and this is not FDM either. This is resin, but again, Archvillain does a really nifty job of hollowing stuff out, no doubt about it. All right, let me. What we going to use? We use this one. Grab some of this. Some of this. Some of this. Where's there's my. There's my thinner. Start mixing this up here. Well, we're going to get some of our violet, some of our magenta in there too, but I'll have those on the palette. So we're going to shoot some thinner over there. This is kind of my main mix right here of our first initial gold type stuff. I also have to make sure we leave some of our stuff for our either turquoise or blue gem. I think we'll maybe go with turquoise or something like that. Just reasons. Where's here it is. Nope, I need more of this. Now, this is where I'm going to try to have a little supply here. I'll say some of the magenta, some of the violet, and a little bit of this around there. So that's more of an. There we go. There you are. Get that down in here. Yeah, we'll continue. We'll continue that to this side. Now here, that I'm gonna say is gonna maybe be another color. Not maybe not the gold. Maybe we make that turquoise or something. Sure, let's work up here now. Maybe more of a straight up here. Let me just get the Indian yellow here. Bingo, there. Get some more of this now. So last night's session, that was pretty fun, working on that Loot Studios figure. Where is it? Here it is. A little bit of source lighting on that. So, Landrest, I was downloading, I think it was 29 pages worth of files from Last Sword. There's actually some very usable stuff. Actually, there's really some stuff that could be ME-SPG, really, looking at it. But there was a bunch of Bretonian stuff. And then there was Beastman. That's right. That's the other thing. I'm pretty sure they have a whole bunch of Beastman stuff. Nice to see you there, Dark Horse. I hope that everything's been going good there, Dark Horse. So, Dark Horse, geez, I think you actually saw, I could swear you saw our Space Shadowfax, right? Well, this is the one we painted on this Thursday. Wait a minute. That was last Thursday. Here we go. It was a couple of Thursdays ago. Oh, for Kentucky Derby. And I think you saw all the mounted barristers, right, Dark Horse? Thank you so much, Matus. How you doing? Thank you so much for joining us here. Hopefully you've been having yourself a fantastic Saturday there, Mateus. Hopefully everybody's been having themselves a fabulous Saturday. Yeah, Mateus, hopefully we can keep you company there. Hopefully we can keep you company. Keep everything nice and chill so that you can get that. Is that a test figure painting up there? Landrast, it can be. I'm trying to find the word, like a almost kind of boxy. It's sort of like a. It's as if Highland Miniatures' stuff was more stylized, which is like Titan Forge. Their stuff is more stylized. So Dark Horse. Let me see. Where is the? Oh yeah, here we go. Here's our mounted barristers again. I'm gonna take these pictures now, and I'm gonna bring these into the ice. So I haven't actually brought a painted. Oh, that's right, Camda. I haven't actually done yet an experiment with the painted miniatures brought into the AI. It's again, this one here I took it in with the black, well, no, the dark brown primer, and then kind of colorized it, and we did 4 different permutations. That's 3 of them right there. The one thing I noticed is that Last Sword actually does things like terrain, and also a few more monsters than Highland does. But the terrain stuff, that's I forgot that Last Sword did terrain, and some of it even is the files are straight away in FDM. So I'm gonna have to after Isengard, I'll have to see if I can print out some of that Last Sword stuff. Just because. He's never actually done lizards, right? Right, Landrast. So yep, Gigabyte was it the Badger Steino Res? What the heck is it? Ebony Flesh. Ebony Flesh. Now, what I had been doing was just taking the Badger Steiner Res terracotta and black and mixing those together. I really like that. But just to kind of save on some of that, I've been using the Ebony Flesh. Where's my... there it is. So yeah, Landrast, I forgot that Highland Miniatures has never done lizards. But Last Sword does terrain. And I didn't realize... And also more large monsters. Highland Miniatures doesn't really do those. So there's like some manticores, and there's other things that I either haven't really had a chance to paint ever. Again, just we'll see what we can do with some of that stuff. So Highland Miniatures, they are the subject of what, Army Painting Series 46. High Elves, Aegean Elves, whatever the heck they call them. They're elves. Well, Gigabyte, let's see, what was it? Army Painting Series 42, that was Skaven, wasn't it? And that was Titan Forge. Pretty sure, yeah, those had to have been Titan Forge. Printed out the Rat Ogres, some of the Warp Lightning teams and all that stuff. Okay. I'll roll with that now. Let's get some of our greens going here on our. Nah, let's let me do this first. Let me get this violet in here, like so. Never blink, right, Camda? Never, ever, ever blink. That is the wrong thing to do on this channel. Which means you gotta like not blink for the next 4.5, 5 hours or so. I think it was about 4.5 hours ish last night. And of course, there goes the fireworks because, of course, now here we got the sap green going, and I'm going to actually mix. We got the Payne's Gray, and again, that is the Alkyd Payne's Gray. We're mixing that with the sap green. It kind of almost makes a Perline black. Nice to see you there, Velferret. Nice to see you, Artemichael. So this is a Sobek right here. So we got ourselves a crocodile. Archvillain. Agama Rising. That is it. Agama Rising. And I mean, there's just a tiny little point. Let me see if I can get down to those Mato Rider. I got to reprint those because I really, 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 really love those. Yeah, the Mato, those are, that was all part of the Agama Rising series. I think they did get 3 chapters on that. All right, let me get back to my scene here. There we go. And again, this was the reference we generated. That's 3 of the 4 permutations. And Velferret, definitely the taking the picture of the miniature and then colorizing it inside. That is working out really well. Much better references for sure. Really liking what it's doing. So Velferret, hopefully no more oven things or any other. Nothing else broke. I guess that's what I'm hoping. Because there's quite the string there where everything was breaking. Let me get this into here. Again, using some of the sap green happening there. Let's work that down in here. And again, if it mixes with what's there, well, no problemo. So Velferret, I was thinking of that because, they do have renders, but their renders have color on them, Velferret. Right? Because, I think even these, there's sometimes they have black or gold on them, and I was trying to make it as neutral as possible. So unfortunately, again, there is some. They do put some color on the renders. They're not just necessarily flat gray or whatever. Also, too, Velferret, they usually only have one angle. Unless it's the really big guy, then they'll have multiple angles. So much better to just take the pictures because that way I can have as many. I think this one I have, 5 different angles or something like that? Because otherwise, it's just not going to know what to do with it. So yeah, generally there's only one angle, and I learned the hard way. I mean, even with the high elf stuff, I took 3 different angles, and even then it was having a hard time figuring out what to do. Like the one guy with a shield, and it didn't even give him a shield. And and that's with 3 reference pictures, clearly in one of them showing a shield, and yet that was not included. I wonder, Dark Horse. I think there's got to be somebody that has some nifty, almost adept this kind of Mechanicum style vehicles. There must be somebody out there, so that we could try and print these and see what would happen with the oils. Because it would have been a heck of a lot easier painting these with the oils back in the day. Did I already pass? I already passed them by. Holy smokes. There they are. There you're hiding. Right there. Hi there, Sea Dragon. How you doing? So again, all of these, if I'm doing it again today, all of these things are all going to be painted with the oils, and it will take a fraction of the time. And by fraction of the time, I mean like 30% of the time. Whether it's the reds, whether it's the golds, and all of it would just be, again, done with the oils. No acrylics, no zenithal, none of that kind of stuff. And again, all start to finish with the oil paints. Now, again, you can see those crazy vehicles, right, with all those open treads and everything. That would have been a bazillion times easier to try and paint, again, with the oils, because I could have pretty much just painted those all in one piece. I wouldn't have had to try to paint them in pieces and all that other kind of stuff. And again, the Fanchon Red, your Mars Yellow Deep for doing all the golds. And then there was this gigantic monstrosity, which was pretty much like doing 5 Land Raiders. Yeah, when you look at it, all those things articulated, everything moved. That the ray gun on the top was almost 5 solid pounds of resin. Look at that, had open cockpit. Oh, and yeah, that's right, there was a giant telescope hanging off of the thing, too. Which is actually was probably more like 6 Land Raiders. At the end of the day, it was probably like painting more like 6 Land Raiders or something. That was really, 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 really nuts. Get back down to my scene. There we go. So Valfera, it has to be primed anyway, and it's just snapping a couple of pictures is going to save way more time than trying to somehow get the pictures, because what's interesting, Valfera, is surprisingly few have any just like single shots. Oh, like let's say the Highland miniature stuff. Usually anything that's not a character is shown as an entire unit instead of just a single figure. So yeah, that was something I thought about, but boy, that's definitely, unfortunately, they don't tend to have a whole lot of info. Valfera really was kind of striking out with the search for things like the Dauntlesses. Again, the one that I found it's neat, but oh my gosh, Valfera, I haven't even looked at it. I haven't even brought it into Chidu Box yet. That's gonna be very involved, Valfera, to try and paint that or try and get that thing printed. It is not going to be easy. That is going to be very, very complicated. You can see we're getting some of the browns in here, mixing that with the sap green, making that sap green even a warmer green. And then also now making it more of a cooler green with the Payne's gray mixed in. And again, this is all Alkyd stuff here. So Valfera, I'll have to send you pictures of this area of soil that was turned for the basically tilled for the first time in probably 20 years. So Valfera, I was gonna try and get. Well, right now on the way are some tomato, basically seeds. I think even some pepper plant seeds. Now, the feedback I was seeing there, Valfera, was most folks were basically growing them in little pots in the house first, and then then putting them out in the garden. So I'll try to do that. It'll be the first time, Valfira, there was a garden back there, and again, at least 20 plus years. Obviously, focusing on the edibles. If I can't eat it, it ain't going back there. Valfira, we have clay. We have probably the same amount of clay as you do. Our clay is just more boring. It's not the fun red clay. It's just extra gray. It's Welsh clay, Valfira. Yeah, it is. It's Welsh clay. It is all just gray. And it's very pervasive. Hey there, Night Whisper. How you doing? So, Night Whisper, I hope that you've been able to paint and stream a little bit lately. Now, everybody, please give Night Whisper a follow. Actually, Camden, I don't know if you had a chance to share your stuff or not, but Night Whisper, why don't you share some of the stuff you've been doing with the oil paints? And of course, Valfira, if you want to share anything with the oils, please go ahead. Let me do this here. Actually, now that I've got my new flagpole thing, look at this. Look at this capillary action here. Look at that genuine capillary action. Everybody, check out that Instagram link that Camda just shared. Now, so Night Whisper, I was gifted a whole bunch of Gamlin oil paints by Kathy's sister. I believe it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 18 paints or something like that. So there might just be a random color theory in oils. It's nothing but color charts pretty much. Now, Night Whisper, is it interior stuff, or is it stuff just, getting pounded by all the crazy weather and stuff, or is it a little bit of each? Nice to see you there, Grandpas. Actually, Grandpas, that's a bit like, if you get the, oh gosh, what is it? The rust-colored weathering powders. I mean, all of them pretty much are going to stain the carpet, clothes, whatever they get on. But there's just something about the rust color that's just extra staining. So Night Whisper, now some of them are kind of not super different or whatever, but there are some that are fairly different, including oh gosh, there was like a phthalo turquoise, there was a cobalt green. So look at this. Look at that capillary action right there. Yeah, Night Whisper, that's what happened to my sister. And after she's done with all of her treatments and we don't have to worry about, kind of poisoning her or something like that and having her breathe in all the plaster dust, I'm going to have to be doing some plastering and some sanding and then some painting because, wow, that kind of went straight down. It's gravity, right, Night Whisper? Yeah. I know that's something you don't ever want to hear mentioned on stream, right, Valfira? Because talk about what is that? The autocorrect monster, the gravity monster, is even more hostile and unforgiving. Geez, Night Whisper, was it traveling through the conduit? Because I've seen that happen. That actually happened at somebody's house where it was coming down in one place in the basement, so they thought one thing until they found out that it was actually traveling along some conduit. So Grandpa's, yeah, there's tons and tons of clay here. There's very little dirt. It's basically clay and bricks. If you pretty much dig anywhere around these houses, you will find two things. They're essentially the same. One is the kiln version, the other is the raw version. So you're going to get clay or you're going to get bricks. Those are the two things you're going to get when you dig up the soil here. Hopefully Grandpa's, it's been a little bit more calm weather-wise down there. It seemed like Mississippi, Bama, a little bit of north, but well, Tennessee, your lower plains, Mississippi River Valley, those have been just getting kind of clobbered again and again and again. Oh, that's what I meant to send Kathy's family, was ask them if they, because they're up at the cabin, kind of more near Duluth. Where the Canadian wildfires, I guess those are going again. So we might be seeing some Canadian wildfire smoke here, which I think that's actually maybe going to keep temperatures down. So yep, it's a little bit of Canadian wildfire smoke. And again, this is our Perline Crimson here, by the way. Now, Night Whisper, were you getting some shorts as well in those circuits because of it? Now, do I want to go gold there, or are we doing? I want to do something different here. Let me, if we do the blue in there and we do the, red. Oh, well, okay, good. We have this anyways. All right, that's what we're doing. That's what, wow, look at that. That is, I just combined the violet and the Perline Crimson. Look at that. That's fairly intense. Yeah, Grandpa's, I would imagine a wee spot of humidity down there. Okay, we're doing this. Over here. And then this side. Again, let me get a little bit of that violet in there. You know what? I'm going to put some of that up here too. Kind of wave 2 of our glazy stuff up here. Let's see. Man, and I think you were saying that there could have been a couple of years that's been, it's those slow leaks, right? Because if it was happening all at once, you would see it, and you could do something about it right away. So sorry about that, Night Whisper. Again, I know that is just a massive hassle. Now, Night Whisper, is it just because they say, well, it's on, you didn't see it, so we're not doing nothing about it? And it's not like, okay, it's just, one portion of a ceiling and maybe a little bit of a wall or something like that. Like it's like it's the trifecta there. There's the floor, there's the drywall, there's the wiring. Forgot about these guys here. So thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting the link to the merch store. Again, the merch store has a lot of our fun stickers, our mugs, glasses, all that fun stuff. And again, where'd that go? Where are you hiding? Everybody needs to subscribe to the Linseed Fellowship channel, because if you want to be able to see, well, this thing later on, or the thing we did last night, or our Linseed Racer, all of those sessions, they're all going to the new YouTube channel, which is the Linseed Fellowship channel, as Armored Wolf just posted there. And there's not going to be any commercials on that, by the way. Yeah, there's just like the whatchamacallit, the Twitch highlights. There was no ads on those. Well, there'll be the same thing with that channel. No ads there, because it's all it is just for posting the highlights here. Because again, Twitch took all that away, so we needed somewhere to go with that. So everybody please check out that Instagram link that Night Whisper just shared. Give Night Whisper a follow. So yeah, sorry about that, Night Whisper. I know that is just a massive, massive hassle to deal with. Well, Grandpa's. Oh, do I have our life is like juggling? Oh, I have the poker chip here. So, here it is. Yeah. So on stream, and of course, Night Whisper and Valfera can certainly say that life is like juggling flaming chainsaws. We need somewhere to go where we don't hear the buzz, right, Valfera? Yeah. Those chainsaws are always coming for you. All right, now what do we got going on here? We have almost everything with something on there. Now, I was thinking if we do our blue up here, do we do blue there, red there? No, turquoise. We wanted to do turquoise here, because with his green skin there, and apparently the Nile crocodiles, they have kind of the lighter belly type thing going on. Because that's what I was trying to do, is make this more like a Nile crocodile. Well, Night Whisper, hope now, is it going to be a different cabinet arrangement, or is it going to be pretty darn similar? Since you're going, all new, and I guess if it's a new layout, is it something that's going to be gonna get you more space, or just be easier to reach, or whatever? Ah. Well, again, Night Whisper, sorry that sorry they got them chainsaws to juggle there. Yeah, Velfira again, and well, what the problem is, Velfira, is people keep throwing more chainsaws in. I mean, you're making it clear. It's like, okay, this is plenty of chainsaws for right now. And then the circus just says, nah, you can do more. It'll be fine. Let's see. When did the oven go bonkers there, Valfera? Was that this week? No, that was. It's hard to keep up, Valfera, because every week there is some kind of new. Oh, and of course, steer clear of this guy. Valfera has identified the culprit of everything, so all of your issues are caused by this right here. So yeah, Valfera, I think that's what. Oh, Valfera, that's why you're getting targeted. I think it's that's what it is, Valfera, is that you identified the source of the mayhem. So it's kind of like big acrylic, Valfera. They're after you. And of course, my answer to when people say, "Why are you so paranoid?" I say, "Why are you all against me? I'm not paranoid." Okay, so I guess we're gonna have quite the fireworks show tonight. It was tree on the house. That's right. Let me see. What are we doing here? Also this. It was weird. There was no fireworks at all on Memorial Day, but now it's all fireworks. Okay, we got that in there. This here gonna be blue. Now, Arda Michael, did you get a chance to share your stuff there in the chat? Please go ahead and do that. And again, Night Whisper. Now, if you got any kind of special streams that you're doing, Night Whisper, to try and scare up a few extra coins to be able to do all the house stuff there, let folks know. You know what? Maybe we will go. Do we go red on that one, or do we go turquoise? Red would be interesting because we got all this green right next to it. But we got the phthalo green that's sitting here. Where's my... there we go. There's our manganese blue hue. So, I'm going to be curious to see, Landrast, how close, say, that phthalo turquoise might be to certain thing, and then that manganese blue hue, we'll see how close it is to your cobalt. No, sorry, your cerulean blue hue, right? That's the one that you've been really liking. Ooh, let's do something down here now. Let me do something. If we do our greens down in there, we got the blue here, green there. Let's do some turquoise and red alternating down here. Let's try that. Let's see. Well, actually, now Night Whisper, well, I guess since it wasn't an open type thing, my next thing was, did any of your miniatures get whacked? Or, any of your boxes of miniatures or anything like that? That was all of a sudden like, ooh, wait a minute. Everybody check out that Insta link there that Arda Michael just posted. Well, I mean, again, typically here, the only reason to have fireworks is that there was daylight or there was nighttime. There was oxygen, there was carbon dioxide, there was random molecules moving around. So those are typically the reasons for fireworks in the neighborhood here. Let me get again. Okay, that's working out pretty well. Yeah, the juxtaposition of the turquoise and our deep reds here. Alright, we're getting this laid out. I think we're getting there. We are just about there. Now let's start to do some darker things. Maybe with this. Also with some of that. No. We use this as a plain red. Time for the old plop and push here. There you go. It's almost as if we maybe knew something. That we were doing something we knew something about. Well, I'm glad on both of... Well, not necessarily celebrating the other thing, but glad that at least that could help out in a way. Yeah, no, not trying to be too joyous about that. Ooh, okay. You know what? We don't want to go too dark with that, but we got to do a little something here. Let me just do this right now. And again, Night Whisper. Hopefully, well, here we go. At some point, things will clear up so you can join us on some of our Flat Thursdays. Again, this was our last one, week before. Space Shadowfax, Space Balrog, Space Sauron, Space Gandalf, Space Lion, Space Wolf, and Space Australia, or Space Australia. I think that is what Surface Tension called it. Space Australia. Oh boy, Night Whisper. I've been moving stuff around so many times. Actually, I have literally miniatures that I printed only a matter of weeks ago that I still can't find. I think I might have an idea. I'm going to look in this other place here. Essentially, I tried to be clever and reorganize things, which generally means they are reorganized out of existence until the next reorganizing, which means I find those things plus other stuff, and then all the stuff that I had currently that also that joins the reorganized out of existence group there. And then we rinse and repeat. Actually, Landra, that sounds like Austria. That sounds a bit like Austria there. What are we doing? What we're doing? We're getting some of our Mars Yellow Deep working in here. What about this? What about you? We gotta make this here darker because if we're gonna have this here light shooting up that way, we need some darks to show that light. Although, Valfair, I don't know if you want to do a gratuitous film noir so we can break out our thing from last night. Because every time we saw that, right, Valfair, it was just, we kind of expected it, but every time we saw it was kind of like, holy smokies. So yeah, if you wanted to do a gratuitous film noir, I mean, we can do it on this here too, but our object from last night, boy, that was pretty wild. So, well, here, let's do a quick filmy noir on this right here. So we're going to do that. We have no object source lighting really to show. I mean, see, there's what little shading there is kind of even now disappears because we don't have any color reference like this. Now, let's get our thing from last night. Where are you hiding? Okay. And then we shall promptly make all of this source lighting disappear because we're going to do that. And yeah, basically source lighting, that translucent cloth, right, Camda, that goes away too. Yep, all of it disappears. And then we magically bring it back with our colors. So again, contrast is more than just light versus dark. So Night Whisper, we just did that here. So this, we did it in here. Oh, over here. We were just doing that. I took the Perline Crimson. Now, of course, if you don't have the Perline Crimson, you could take something like, say, either an Alizarin Crimson or a Perline Red. Perline Red, mix it with, say, something like Mars Black or Indigo. And then you turn that into a glazy kind of thing, like what we did here. Again, this was all the lighter dry brushy stuff, and then we did the glazy stuff afterwards. So you could do that. What was there was one not too long ago, wasn't there, Valfera, that was like that, where the source light when we hit it in film noir, it actually got darker where the light was supposed to be. Yeah, Night Whisper. That was the same with this one here. This was a fun one we did. Actually, I printed this one in FDM much bigger. But yeah, again, the sheer cloth. Well, here, let's do it. Let's do a quickie film noir and look at that. The sheer cloth goes away. It's all gone. Because it's really about the contrast of the bluish, right, kind of almost teal colors, and then the much warmer kind of skin tone colors. So it's that juxtaposition right there. It can be just about anything, Night Whisper. You know how we love our radiant gray? So a lot of it was radiant violet and radiant green. Yeah, a little bit of radiant gray. Oh, look at this. A nice little temperature difference there. That's kind of fun. Oh, by the way, 55 minutes ago, this big old thing, how much paint did it have on it? It had zippo, nada, none. Had nothing on there. Nothing at all. Do we, yeah, fine. We'll do something there. Okay, we got this here. That's all set. We will continue to play around. What are we doing with this stuff here? That could be jinky. Let's see how that's all going to work. Terra Rosa time. Oh, Venetian Red. That's a Gamblin Venetian Red is one of the colors. And Indian Red. So we're gonna be trying out some of those Gamblin colors. Now again, here let's get some of this orange in here. Let's get some of this in here. And then, let's grab one of our, speaking of snakes, let's grab one of our sneaky snakes, and I think you'll see it here. So there's our lit side, and then again, here we got the greens, we got the oranges. That's a little game we're gonna play on Sobek there. So that, boy, I gotta get these sneaky snakes. We only have like 2 different kinds of pure orange, and possibly like 2 more, like Alkid versions of that we gotta try out. We got stuffs that we can try. Camda, it's kind of like it's kind of like Welsh gray, right? It's like cadmium gray. There's Welsh gray, grayish tone. There's light Welsh gray. There's Welsh. Let's see. There's Welsh phthalo gray. There's Welsh cadmium gray. There's Welsh. And it's all Welshlandic. They're all Welshlandic colors. I think there was also. Oh yes, cerulean gray. Yeah, cerulean gray. That's another Welshlandic color right there. Phthalo gray, Prussian gray, Mars gray. There's a whole line of Mars gray. And again, only available in Wales. Actually, Surface Tension did send me this, which here, let me see if we can find it here. Where's our? Where are you hiding there, sir? There we go. Oh, look at that! It's cobalt gray from Gamblin right there. So it's cobalt gray, grayish. Oh, it's a Series 99. So but that is only in Gamblin, so it's a steel. Yes, but it's a 40 mil tube. Wow, when did Gamblin switch to 40 mil tubes? So yeah, that's the Gamblin Cobalt Gray. That's why Velfira. I'm starting to think that, well, of course, temperature-wise, things don't quite align with Wales. At least according to surface tension, they don't get quite the highs that we get. They don't get quite the lows that we get. We also don't get quite the grays that they get. So, and again, surface tension has created all kinds of fun graphics for us. Of course, like Scale Ale here. Again, one of the most beloved characters in all of Wapoville, Wally the Walrus and his Scale Ale. And of course, he also made this right here. So, corn for the corn god. Once we were telling him about, the green, Green Giant. Yep. Let me see. So again, I think it is a Minnesota company. So I think we got our oranges distributed there now. We got that. We got our reds in here. Oh, look at this. Now that is not dry by any stretch of the imagination, but look at how that is set. That's pretty wild. So yep, grayish gray, gray shade, all the grays. Now, yeah, we haven't put Perline Black out. What was the? Oh, it was the water washable Perline Black. Of all places, right, Camden, to find Perline Black. Been searching for it for like years. I am gonna have to start using things like the Courbet green and some of our. We'll have to start doing some of our landscapes again, so we can start using some greens. We've been doing our spacescapes. I mean, oh, that's right. Yeah, for a little programming note for our Battle of Midway observation. Most likely, if we're doing our Thursday stream, we're going to be doing some kind of 2D art, Battle of Midway style. So that'll be an interruption in our spacescapes there. As again, we do our annual Battle of Midway observation. Veilfira, I think I did track that file down and I re-downloaded again. I did track him down, but of course now it's been long enough where I don't really remember where he is. And of course, all of the golds, right? Well, here we have him down here somewheres. He is down here somewhere. Let me see if we can find him for you. Nope, not the. Oh, these I got to print these out again too. Really, really, really like those, and I think I actually did re-download those. Um, those were fun too. Enjoy those. Where is? Oh, and here's some of our other Archvillain stuff. We did actually an army painting series. Oh, there's another one of the Mato Riders. Yeah, those are also there. And let me see, where you hiding? I think we already passed him by. I think it was probably loot. Okay. I think we passed him by. Passed him by again, probably. Get looking for him here. Nope, that's our Corsairs. Oh yeah, that was super fun. Our diorama there. There it is. There's Jack the Werejackal. And he loved those hearts. But again, look at all the gold, see all the green, and then you see the orange on the shield right there. So that's kind of the same stuff we're going to be doing with this Sobek right here. There we go. So Grandpa's actually some friends of mine. They're doing their annual trip again. I think they do this in the Carolinas somewhere. They have basically an inflatable sofa that is dragged behind a boat, and you usually have 3 to 4 people, well, sitting on that thing, usually just hanging on for dear life. And of course, the guy operating the boat has, maybe a slight sadistic streak to him. And well, let's just say that hijinks are had with the inflatable. They actually have a name for it. I don't know if they call it the Widowmaker or something like that, but they do have a name for the inflatable couch that goes flying around on the waves. Some of our. Let me get. That's it. That's what we need. Get this down in here. Now maybe we do a red and a blue, kind of like what we did down here. Now let's go with. Let's stick with this. Let's see if we can make that work. That could be fun. They think they have one of those also, Valfira. But I've seen footage of the sofa. I mean, it's literally a full-sized. I mean, it's the size of a sofa. It's inflatable. And again, they drag it behind the speedboat. And pretty much the idea is to see just how far you can make the occupants of that fly through the air before they hit the waves at a high velocity. Yeah, I think. It's all about physics. Okay, we got to start getting some of our lighter, our source lighting down here. Let's start to establish some of that here. So yeah, I would imagine there's way more things trying to eat you down there than there is up here. Here, just the landscape itself tries to eat you. Yeah, there's not really so much, not so much with the charismatic megafauna here. Yeah, that's pretty much more just the landscape itself tries to eat you. Okay, let me do a little bit of our orangey stuff here on our pyramid. And then, too, there's a reason why all the houses here are made out of bricks. There's not a whole lot of wood construction, not in the city, that's for sure. Again, that minor redecorating back in 1871 dictated that there would not really be a whole bunch of wood houses here. Get our source lighting on that, too. Actually, Grandpa's, I thought that your mosquitoes basically showed up on airport radar. Did I zoom in all the... Okay, I can zoom in further. Here we go. Actually, Landrast, I think it would be interesting to see an AI-generated, like, album cover of that. Yeah, I think we need to see an AI-generated album cover for charismatic megafauna. Now here, of course, it's the rats. There might be a few of those running around. I know there's that famous video of in New York, the rat taking a giant piece of pizza and dragging that down the stairs. Here, the rats just drag the whole pizza store. Yeah, they just drag the whole restaurant with them. Alright, you can see now starting to get some of our orange source lighting stuff going on here. Oh, this is nowhere near the lightest stuff either. This is we're only just getting underway here. I mean, we're only an hour in. 1 hour into this baby here. We'll do some of this down here. Oh, let's get a little bit of that on the underside of these. Like it do. Maybe a little something, something there. Oh, yeah, how about over here? Yep, alright. Then we're going to have to leave this here alone. We got to move to other spots here. You know what? Let me see something. I would like... Oh, where's the oracle of the flashlight? Yep. Might just reach up there. Grandpa, let's see. There was a possum in this yard. But eventually, I think something bigger got him because, well, let's just say the next time I saw the possum, he wasn't playing dead. Either that, it was the absolutely most convincing acting job ever. And he needed an Academy Award before he got tossed into the garbage can. Let me do a little bit more of our orange down here. Oh, that thing too. Yep, that should catch some of the orange. Maybe that's not so much. We might have to get rid of some of that. And then everything else, just more ambient light. Might let a few little things connect here. Well, that's just medicine. You know, medicine has side effects. All medicine has side effects, and sometimes you just have to guess at the dosage. It's not a precise science. You do your best. You make your best guess at what the dosage should be. Not every medicine is going to be distributed in fluid ounces. We need to get some more of our light now up on the top part of this, I think. But first, no, not you, not you. Whoops, wrong shelf. Let me see what we got here. Again, these have definitely started to show a little bit of wear until some of them are pretty much almost destroyed. All right, let me just chuck some of these out there. Again, I have been finding the lack of rolling around is kind of handy with these things. Where's my? Oh, that's no, we do have the floral orange out there. All right. It's like, where did my floral orange go? Let's start breaking this down. That's going to be lighter now. Start getting some of that on the ends of our whatever the heck these are. Don't know. I think we still need some more orange. Let's not go too quickly to the yellow yet. So yeah, I'm pretty sure all of our streams this coming week are going to be very much oriented towards the historical side of things. I think I may just reprint my Enterprise again, but I'll see again if I can print it a little bit bigger. I'm not so sure about that, though. Start working some of our lighter orange down here. We may hit this again with another bout of our red or something like that, too. So again, Night Whisper, sorry that there's been so much mayhem there of late. But glad there was at least some way to kind of absorb some of that. Okay, not quite the way you want to be getting your new kitchen and bathrooms and such, but where's my orange again? Underside of these things. Something on you. Back to this more reddish orange. A little more down. Not too much there. Thank goodness for that. Yeah, I'm glad that that's at least there's going to be some measure of positivity out of that. Careful, careful, careful. Not too much here. Okay, so we're getting a little bit of light there, and now we need a touch of that on the underside of these guys. With the oils, of course. Don't be hasty, little hobbitses. Or you're going to be wearing what the surface tension made for hobbits. Yeah, you'll be wearing that, and you don't want to be the you don't want to have the hasty sticker. Okay, there we are. I just have to do it this way. That's a better way of going about that. I mean, a lot of this, when you think about it, it's going to be what we're doing here, pretty similar to our Marvel Crisis Protocol terrain. Remember that. Those pieces right there. And again, let's see, where's our Hobbit stuff here? I think we have an interior view. Whoops, went the wrong way there. Where's our, here we go. So there you go, see our firelight there inside one of our Hobbit holes. Did we do that? Yeah, see this one has it too. We painted all those up on stream. I'm going to try and get those sessions, now the full sessions, posted to our to the new YouTube channel. They're already over there. I just got to do all of the what is that? Do all the thumbnails, get the playlist settings for them. So yeah, I was hoping that would be a nice little foil to all the golds and such that we're doing around this here. Speaking of which, it's time to start doing a little something with that. Let me grab this here. We're just gonna throw some of our thinner on that. We also have, this is kind of fun. We have this. This is one of the radiants that's not a radiant. That is the yellow green there from Paul Rubens. Gonna kind of turn that into a micro filbert brush there. Now we're going to try and do some stuffs on this, because again, we've had a chance for that to set. Look at that still. Whoops, wait a minute. You don't go there. Again, the oil is almost like an eraser. Some of that down here. Again, remember this was all, that was all very glazy before. Now that's had a chance to set. We can go back in here. We need a little something on that too. I'm going to work a little bit of our yellow into that now. Again, kind of using this like a micro filbert here. You know, I'm going to get me rid of some of that. There's a little too much of the paint on there. And all of a sudden, all of our dark is really going to start to make a big difference here. Let's get rid of you right there. You don't belong there. So again, we're kind of now going back into this. We did the later dry brushy stuff. Then we did all of our darker glazy stuff, and now we're kind of going back in with some midtones, with some other things, but still in dry brush form. However, this is wet blending right here. As you can see by the darker stuff on the end of the brush. So yes, it's dry brushing, but it is also wet blending. Why? Because, well, it's all oils. Yep, here we go. We'll have to do probably some glazes. Speaking of which, to get the our blue. So I'm gonna go. I think with our blue down in the recesses there. We got to do a little something here that can't all just be that dark over there. Again, gonna let it blend a little bit too. This is not our lightest light either. Keep that in mind. Can certainly go lighter than this. Again, now 1 hour 20 minutes ago, we had bingo paint on this. Absolutely none. We just had our ebony flesh primer, just dark brown primer. That's it. And you can see a reference here. Whoops, wrong screen. This again, we took the primed miniature. We had 5 pictures. We fed that into Chat GPT and kind of had to play with some of the settings. I did also use that the one thing where you mark it and you say, okay, this area needs to be changed to this. But like all AIs, there every time you change something to make something more correct, the things that are correct become, well, incorrect. Which usually leads to colorful metaphors. Actually, do I have my exact do? There's somehow there's a wave of supports in between those two chompers right there. Again, Night Whisper, if you wanted to share your stuff again, so that people can see all the oil painted goodness, please go ahead. It's always good when people get to see that. Oh, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Nitro, how you doing there, Arid? Thank you so much for the raid. And it's gonna be, oh, we can do this. It's the No Arms Club. Yeah, look at this. 2 bus, no arms. It's like, that's pretty harsh. Yeah, no arms. It's like, did you fight a Balrog too? He's like, no. No, it was some dude with a stick, and he was like, there was frogs, and there was like plagues and all this other kinds of things. Like, dude, that sounds pretty harsh. Let's see what happens on our big Gandalf 6 for Nitro Dynamite. Thank you so much. Everybody, please give Eridican Wife a follow. Ooh, that bounced around a bit. Still a nice solid 3. So, Erid, I hope that you're doing well. And everybody check out the Instagram link that Night Whisper just shared. But, Erid, why don't you also then share your Pinterest or Pinstagram, as we sometimes call that here. We're painting ourselves another bust here. This is from Archvillain. 1 hour 23 minutes ago. This had no paint on it at all. We're just kind of now we're starting to block out where our object source lighting is. We're getting into the chompers here and such on our crocodile. Last night's stream also involved a little bit of object source lighting. This was from Loot Studios right here. That was very fun. So again, Arid, appreciate the raid. Thank you so much. Actually, after doing a whole bunch of garden stuff today, I got a chance to do the shower ritual there. I know that you have to go do stuff with the doggies and all that, get them walked and everything. So if you have to go off and do that for right now, that's fabulous. Everybody check out that Pinterest link again that Ira just shared. Let's see. So again, we've done a whole bunch of different busts here. Again, this one's a resin bust. Now here's one of our gigantic FDM printed busts. right here, so you can see just how huge this guy is. Again, he was printed in FDM. So was this one right here. That's an FDM printed bust. That is from CA Sculpts. Painted that one on the stream too. So again, everybody please give Irdikim Wave a follow. And again, we're just going to keep, let's get more of our green. Like even, like way more green here. That's actually almost straight up radiant green right there. How's about we lighten up this a little? There, now we're talking. Now we're getting somewheres. So again, Irid, I hope everything reasonably good today. I know that there was, well, if they weren't Easter eggs, like full-on Easter eggs, they were at least like Cadbury eggs or something. And not the nice kind of Cadbury eggs, so hopefully, again, things still working out with the new situations and everything. Where's my green? Again, we're going to take this here. And that needs to go in there. There we go. There we are. So again, thank you so much for the follow there, Nitro. Appreciate that. Speaking of follows, everybody again, please give Irdicanweb a follow too if you're not already doing that. Fabulous jewelry. Go check that out. Again, a combo of a few different things. Our oranges, our greens. Speaking of, I start getting some of that on Crocodile here. This side. A little bit of our greens in there. And then we gotta work again on his chompers there. Let's get to those. Arid, remember, well, remember this stream, Arid? It sounds like this one, right? It's the one stream that we wanted, have decent signal because we needed to save this. And remember the entire, 5.5 hours? It was bonkers. That goes back to the "I'm not paranoid. Why are you all against me?" kind of thing, and that's how we feel about Twitch, right? Actually, Arid. Now, I guess there's Canadian wildfires again, but I don't know where they are, because usually Kathy's family is the canary in the coal mine, quite literally. If there's Canadian wildfires, they're going to reach them first, as far as the Smokies go. So I wasn't quite sure where this latest batch of conflagrations is coming from. So they're in Manitoba. Okay. Now, are they as intense as the ones, say, from years ago, Irid, like in 2023? Or is it kind of ish? They must not be quite as intense as the ones from a couple of years ago. So they've evacuated some towns. Obviously, well, unless there's one heck of a shift in the direction of the winds, right, Irid? I don't think you're going to have to deal with that too much. I mean, either that or there's a sudden earthquake that puts Manitoba to your west instead of where it is. Let me work in some of this. There we go. And a little bit more up there. Yeah, it would just be yet another Easter egg, right? It would be one more Easter egg. Again, Easter eggs at Easter time are okay, but it's slightly past Easter time now. Again, not quite sure what these all are, but we're just gonna give them this kind of a tan that. Oh yeah, let's do that over here on these guys. I'm gonna take this, some of this. Again, that's whoops, a little chunk of something on that brush. Let's get rid of that, shall we? Okay, now we can get back in here and start doing a little something on the chompers here. We got to do something with the interior of the mount before we get too involved with this stuff, because that's gonna have probably some overflow. There we are. So again, Irid, thanks for the raid. Appreciate that. And last night's stream, that was it is fun being able to do the 72 mil stuff for sure. Lots of different things that you can just play around with on those that you just can't really do with the 28 mil stuff. So we are mixing a wee touch of our radiant violet plus our kind of dirty magenta violet here. I don't want the tongue to be necessarily a red. I like the idea of this being a little different color here. Again, look at that. That's all mixing. It's essentially a dry brush application, but ultimately the effect is basically wet blending. Now for the eyes, do we do the glowy eye thing, or let me see what that one's kind of giving it a turquoise. The middle one does have the yellowish eye though, so let's see if we can play with something like that here. We got some of our yellow, also some of our white there. Come on. Get that down in there. We will let some of the green also kind of mix with a little bit of our color in there. Now the one handy thing about him, the right to know arms right there, it does mean that I can actually have a place to set my fingers on, which is nice. Now we're taking our chromium oxide green, mixing a little bit of our magenta with that, or radiant violet, sorry, with that. I'm going to start to lighten up some of the scales here on our croc. Now, you never know what kind of diet this guy has, right, right, Grandpa? Now, it should be interesting to see. We did do a film noir on him like 40 minutes ago before we had really real shading at all. We certainly didn't have any of this. Plus, we're also going to show our one from last night. So here we go. Actually, let's welcome in Kagomi's Fury as well. How you doing there, Kagomi's Fury? Everybody please give Kagomi's Fury a follow as we go film noir mode here. So we're painting this fabulous bust from Archvillain Games. Archvillain Games right there. We want to take a little quick look see here at what the influence. See that? Now we have some shading here, but we don't have any of our greens, right? We don't have any oranges in there, no reds, no blues. So, Kago, I hope that you're doing well. Hey, Kentucky Fried Creature, nice to see you again. This is what we were painting last night. I know you got a chance to see this. Now, we're also going to make that object source lighting and translucent cloud disappear. It's all gone. Look at that. It's like we just erased it away. There's plenty of shading there, but without the color contrast, the saturation contrast, and also the temperature contrast, right? Saturated there, unsaturated there. Same deal here. Very unsaturated, cooler colors, saturated, warmer colors. So this is our fabulous Loot Studios figure from last night. Again, now we're doing some Archvillain goodness right here. So, Keiko, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. And thank you so much for that follow. We appreciate that. Oh, ionized Jackal. It's like, whoa, dude. So you were talking to the grumpy Gandalf guy, weren't you? He's like, yeah. He was saying that it wasn't a great idea to fight the Balrog with, that glow stick and that kitchen utensil. He's like, what could possibly go wrong? He's like, I'm a Maiar. He's like, yeah, you're gonna be a Maiar with no arms. Let's see what happens with our big Gandalf 6 here for ionized Jackal. Ooh, there we go. It's another 3. Now, since ionized Jackal is here, that means we have to show, now that we know where he is hiding, where is he hiding? He's around here somewheres. Oh, he's around here somewhere. There he is. Wait. Nope, that's there he is. There he is. There he is. That's for ionized Jackal. There is Jack the Were-Jackal. Because I guess we like our Egyptian stuff here. We paint it once in a while. As in like all the time, it seems. Here, I get back to my scene. There we go. Here's, again, some of our other Egyptian themes. So where's our sneaky snake here? Here he is. So, yeah, we really do enjoy all of our Egyptian themed stuff. And that's another Loot Studios figure. Yeah, that's another Loot Studios there. Actually, Grandpa's, what's come for the miniature painting, stay for the puppet shows. That's it. Yeah, stay for the puppet shows. Now, again, we have to reprint Jack because he was kind of like Wally the Walrus. He was one of the more beloved characters on the channel. Yeah, again, Scale Ale. That was his micro brew right there. Now again, once you get used to the bones and the scales and the fishy taste, you're just gonna really love it. So there's Wally the Walrus, and there is Scale Ale. Oh, by the way, this is also Archvillain. They do some really, really nifty stuff. They tend to do very different type critters, maybe say than your average STL sculpting folks will do. We really do love it. So Kagoma's Fury, again, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, I know you got some things you can share. Please go ahead and do that. So Kagoma's Fury, again, it's great to see you. Thank you so much for the raid. Let me see. 1 hour 39 minutes ago, there was no paint on this. And by no paint, I mean there was none. It was just a bunch of primer. No airbrushy stuff, just doing our hairy sticks. That's all it is. Arid, yeah, and also, yeah, that was the same that the It's weird, Arab, because I see all these other folks. They're all streaming, right? And it seems to be acting just fine for them. And then for me, just like for you, right? The power not doing what you need it to do there. Now we're going to try and lighten this up a wee bit because again, we want this to be kind of like that whole Nile crocodile. So we're going to have a little bit lighter here on the underside. I mean, I'm glad it did go back on. The Irid, of course. And again, we want to say thanks for all of the raids. We appreciate those. Also, programming note. Let's see, our Monday stream, our Armada Mondays is going to be, we're going to be heading back to our 1/1800 scale ships because, well, it's that time. It's Battle of Midway time. Oops, wrong shelf. Where it's gone in 15 minutes. Yes, it's going to be time for Battle of Midway. We'll be getting back to our tiny ships again. Also, I'm hoping, again, to be able to print out a Dauntless Dive Bomber so that we could maybe do a stream that is a bit like this one right here. Because we did this, I think it was 2020, wasn't it? During our Midway commemorations there. Now, that was actually a 1/48 scale model kit that we painted up there. That was one, oh yeah, that's right. That was one where we had to do all of the markings by hand. There were no decals because the not so fantastic decal sheet that came with it was for USS Wasp Dauntlesses. We wanted Dauntlesses from Enterprise. Alright, we'll see you later then in a bit, Kagome Sphere. See you in a bit. Now, if I do want that lighter on the underside here, we have to do some kind of also lighter stuff here, maybe on the chest area. Also trying to vary the colors there a little bit too. So Grandpa's, that was my second favorite plane. The Dauntless always has been the favorite. Obviously, when you're a kid and you're watching Black Sheep Squadron, you get kind of used to seeing that plane. I'm pretty sure that I had a model kit of that too when I was a kid. It was weird that it did take the British to figure out how to land those things on aircraft carriers. Well, at least in one piece. And it was a very weird approach. It was kind of from the side and underneath. So again, we were trying to position ourselves with a little bit of lighter green. We need some... okay, I think a little more. That's our Mars yellow. Deep gonna work its way into that green to kind of warm this up a little bit here. And one of the things that Archvillain does really well is textures, skin textures, like Wally the Walrus. Those the Mato Riders, all of those had really fantastic skin textures on them. Oh, that's fantastic, Grampus. I think one of the niftier things I had a chance to see was a presentation by a guy who was a gunner on board Franklin, and he talked about that's it. Now he jumped into the water. No, he was blown into the water. That's right. He ended up hanging around with a pilot who had to jump in. Well, he had his choice of burning in his plane or jumping in the water. But he had broken both of his ankles, I guess, jumping the 93-ish feet or so from the deck down into the water. Let me do some, yeah, more of the greens on our scales there. We'll be going back and forth. Again, we're only 1 hour 45 minutes in. That's it. We also have to get some stuffs on our gemstone there. We'll be doing that soon. So Archvillain miniatures. What's nifty is that they do, each release is a different army, and they have like the really, really, really big guy. They have monstrous infantry. They'll even have monstrous cavalry, then regular cavalry, then regular infantry, and then they also have usually a bust, and it's usually one of the main characters. Will be done in bust form. But yeah, if you check out Archvillain on My Mini Factory, also their Patreon page. How's about getting some more of our green here? It's reflecting him. Let's do that here. We got this darker stuff. Look at that. Now we can get our green reflection in there. Now this green, again, we want that to be a cooler green over there. We have to start doing some stuffs up here on this green, because eventually we really won't have a place to be sticking our finger there. So let's start playing around with this now. I'm going to take this and our CeeLo green and some of this green. So now we got ourselves a much lighter green. It's a mid-tone green, but that's a whole lot cooler now. And then we can't set our finger over there. We can set it on these guys. Let's again get some of our cooler greens happening up here. So yeah, Black Sheep Squadron, boy, that's I have not seen that since I was a kid. I can't remember what the name of the one flight mechanic was. He did like his fisticuffs. Same thing here. I'm just going to attack it from above. That's probably the best place to go after this. Might come back with some more of our darks there too on the scales. More of that up here. What was the one? Oh yeah, that was that creature caster monster. What was it? That was all teeth and eyeballs. Yeah, there was just one portion of it. They said, well, we're just waiting till the end to get to this so we can stick our hands on that. Yeah, okay, let's get a little bit of that down in here. We need a little something something on this bit too. Also, guess what we're going to do? We're going to reflect that green on our golds. How can that be shiny metal? And it ain't going to reflect our green that is sitting right next to it. Same deal over here, doing that same thing again with our green right there. Why? Because it's reflecting the green from his head, from those scales. Doing that over here. Same thing. Now over here, I'm going to go warmer with this. Let me take this. Where's our warmer green? That's pretty darn light. That's a little bit too light. Also, going to dingy that up a little bit with some of the Mars Yellow Deep. Let's try this here. I'll get you working here. Let's lighten this up on top. So, well, yeah, now that this is our Saturday stream, that does mean our next stream would be Armada Mondays. And again, we've been doing a whole lot of Battlefleet Gothic stuff. We're going to just take a momentary pause in that. And yeah, we're going to kind of emphasize ships most involved in Battle of Midway. And even some of our 2D art. Who knows? We might even be doing a painting of a Dauntless as well. We should probably do that. Yeah, Night Whisperer. At some point, maybe later this week, I'll try to film. It's going to be the first Battlefleet Gothic army painting series. Because, was it Grand Fleet Admiral? He has a whole bunch of really nifty fleets. And I've been printing those out and all of the bases and everything. So yeah, we're going to be doing a Battlefleet Gothic army painting series for the Patreon page. There's our Not Severus blue. Get that mixed with some of our phthalo blue. Ah, look at that. See, since we let that have a chance to set there, it's nice and easy to do this. Nice and easy. So, and we finished off the Orc fleet, the massive Orc fleet. I'll be trying to post that to the Instagrams possibly tomorrow. And then, of course, where's some of our... We did, what, at least 3-4 streams on our Tau. We also did a tutorial, a couple of tutorials there. And this is what we'll be going back to because we have more of our space croissants that have to be painted up. So we'll be doing some more of that. This is a cuisine channel after all, and space croissants are a part of that cuisine channel. Got this here. Whoops, wrong way. That would not have been quite the right way to go about that. Here, let's get this going here. Alright, that's better. That would have been a little jinky right there. That needs to be later. Down there. We'll let all that just mixed together. Just kind of scumbling that all together. I mean, it is, it was because this is a cuisine channel that we found out about the air fryers, and cooking here in Wappleville has never been the same since. It's opened up so many possibilities. Well, this is also a home repair channel. It's also an exercise channel. Object source lighting, freehand, Song of Ice and Fire, Lord of the Rings, cavalry. And of course, we painted one of the more feared and loathed cavalry units, the mounted baristas. Yes, nobody likes the mounted baristas. They just ride around and they just throw cups of scalding hot coffee at people as they just shout out random names. And then even after all that, they still expect a tip. So they are again not one of the more favorite units here in Wappleville. They're not as near and dear as say Dark Queen Schmaladriel and her army. So we've got our little bit of stuff there. Now let's get our darker blue up here. There's our Prussian blue. Here come the Prussians again. That is pretty dark right there. That is going to go up here right next to the lights we just put on there. So yeah, now we got ourselves quite the trio of contrast. Here we have our really light stuff on the bottom. Now we have our really dark stuff on the top. Catch a little bit of that blue along those edges now. Okay. Up here, where's the phthalo green? Where are you hiding? There you are. There's our phthalo green. Blammo doing the same thing up here. Do we want to... You will just use our cooler green here. So, hashtag no layers. Just going to drop you on there. And then we're just going to do this. This here's oil paints, don't need no stinking layers. There's a blending brush that we can use. We just maybe use this guy here. Like so. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. I believe this next bit here is going to have to be given even some more thinner. Thin sticks to thick, and vice versa. That's how it's going to go with the oil paints. Now again, on stream, typically I'm working more with the alkyd oils, just reasons. For our tutorial vids, there's a little more options there, especially when I'm doing, say, a series. Well, like our army painting series, or we are going to be starting a series with those mounted baristas, where we're going to be doing a whole big diorama with them. Right, so that's where we took the individual ones, we kind of fed those along with some other things into our... Yeah, so we're going to try and do a nice little diorama. We're going to have 4 of the judges on horses, and then we're going to have Lady Justice as blind demon with a nice little thing of eyeballs there. Nice little container of eyeballs in her scales there. Now here's where that addition of the darker stuff. Yeah, we're gonna get a little bit of our source lighting up on his jaw there. I think that might be good. Just trying to restore some of the texture in here. More of this dark. Breaking it down some more. Hey there, Doji. How you doing? And Inganes. Everybody, please give Inganes a follow. Inganes, if you want to share your stuff in the chat, please go ahead. And of course, Doji, if you want to share some of your fabulous oil painted stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Let me work this here. Nope. Let me get that some thinner on there. Okay, now we're talking. That's a better. I'm going to work on a couple of these lines now in here. Little extra boost on those. Everybody check out those Instagram links again from Doji and from Inganes. If you want to see what is possible with the oil paints, go check those out. Give Inganes a follow. Inganes, I don't know if you'll be streaming this. I think you said you're going to be streaming this weekend, so here's hoping that that all works out. Again, glad that the jury duty thing worked out in a positive way also. I'm going to try some of this here on the chompers. Seeing a little bit there, Landrast. Let me do some of that lighter stuff down here. Gonna get that. Well, now it's almost that's almost getting to be a little bit green, so we're gonna take some of our yellow in there. So yeah, definitely glad that the jury duty thing worked out in your favor there. That would have been disruptive, to say the least. Where are we at here with this? Even a little bit of the Terra Rosa in there. Maybe we'll have to get some reflected light on this thing here. We have nothing showing any kind of reflection there. So we're going to try this first. There we go. Now we're going to have reflected light over there. I believe, man, we got our dark there. We don't have our reflected light yet. So there it is. Reflected light. So Doji, it should be, it's going to be interesting with all those new colors that Kathy's sister sent. There's some of them I have no idea what to expect. So don't be surprised if there's just kind of like a all-in-one sort of generic color theory in oils with not really any, probably no miniatures being painted or something like that. I might see if there's, we might try to do some staining tests on them. So probably colored shirts and staining tests, and again, probably not a whole bunch with miniatures, but where's my darker green again? Okay. Gotta get rid of some of that paint there. There's way too much on that brush to get rid of some of it. And then we'll try to get back with some of our lighter reds, I believe, on his skin, on the lower part of his jaw. Doji, Kathy's sister sent me that whole batch of gambling colors. I'll send you the picture again. There had to be at least 18 colors. Now, some of them are essentially what we already have. So we'll see how those compare to some of our existing colors. There's other ones never tried them before, so there's going to be some experimentation, that's for sure. So we'll see you later, Danth. So Dantha, I hope that you had some fun there and have a good night's sleep there too. I mean, wow, oh geez, it's 1:04 in the morning here. Oh, that's right. This started a little bit later than I was hoping. I was hoping for about 10:40-ish. It definitely was later than that. Now we're in hour 2. 2 hours 6 minutes. That's all the time we've had to paint this thing. 2 hours 6 minutes. You know what? I'm also gonna chuck some of you down here. So yeah, Doji, we really haven't had a chance to do lately on our color theory and oils a lot of staining experiments. So I'm gonna try to find either some miniatures or maybe just some basing bits or something like that that I can utilize for staining tests. I know that Stila always had barrels, right? That was what Stila had, was their little barrels on popsicle sticks. And again, I haven't gotten an alert for Stila in a long time, like months and months. So I think it's just again, hopefully a case of the store is doing so well that Stila just has no time for streaming anymore. Let me steal some of you, bring you over here. And I'm going to try, okay, let's move them over here. Or do we just got to be not hasty little hobbits and maybe just wait a little bit longer for, no, we're good there. I think we're going to be alright with this, so, because we're coming back with our darker stuff anyways. Get the end of these. Not even going to bother up there because they'll just get wiped away anyhow. I think these front choppers will probably have to redo those a number of times until we kind of get more towards the end of this here. And yeah, we continue to make more discoveries on our AI front as we get closer and closer to being able to essentially pre-colorize the figures just to say, okay, do we want magenta light? I wish we could have had the one from yesterday. I kind of put this one over the top of it. But that was where we tried green object source. And again, here's our Rose Nebula reference that we did. There was our IndyCar reference. Again, you saw our demonstration there, and then of course our Sauron Nebula. And again, the idea is take a picture of the figures in question and then colorize those and then experiment with the colors. Say, okay, try this kind of lighting, try that cloak in green, freehand, no freehand, try it in gold, try it in silver. See if we can get a little bit more, yeah, lighter stuff here on these scales. Come on, there we go. Now that is going to be nice and light. So yeah, Camda, that's something that I wish I had included in the pictures of that now for when I was doing the was it the High Elf series and I was doing the color test fig. I wish I had known that, okay, I basically have to emphasize, make it more realistic slash shiny gold as opposed to, well, whatever it was doing with it. Because I think unlike Sky Reels, which basically limits you to a 200 character prompt, I think the ChatGPT is, I don't know if it's unlimited, but you can certainly do much more of a larger prompt on that. So again, now our gator here, getting our crocodile, getting much more of some highlights on his scales here. On the chompers too. Not as much maybe as what's going on the top of his head for, well, obvious reasons. Plus, we want to make sure we can still show a little bit of some kind of source light stuff down towards the bottom. Now here, we're just going to take that. That's the same color we were just using on him. We're just going to blast that on here. Again, hashtag no layers. I just took a whatever color there and just popped it on onto our leathers there. Whatever's, no big deal. A little bit of reflected light there. Now, where's our... Do we want to go orangey on that or green? I'm going to go with the green. Alright, let's get our chromium oxide green like that. Why? Because right next to the skin there, so... Let me see what we can do here for the eyes. More, we didn't really get our darker green on these scales, not like what we did on the other side. Yep, more like this. And don't forget to subscribe to that Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel, because if you want to see this again, once we're done here, the only way you're going to be able to see it is on that channel, since all the Twitch highlights are gone. Well, they let you have 100 hours, which again, that is less than what I stream in a month, so that's not going to do very much. So again, subscribe to the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. There's not going to be any ads there. That's not the point of it. The whole point of that channel is just strictly to have some place where I can have my old episodes like I used to have here. It's the only reason for the new channel. Now, sometimes, let's say we've got 2, 3, 4, 5 miniatures we're painting in a stream. Sometimes I will take on the other channel, my regular one, as I add even more of a darker green up there. I'll take one of the figures and kind of feature that in an episode where maybe we don't include like the hype trains and some of the other puppet show type things where it's really more just focused on the painting. Okay, there's our light highlight up there. We're going to get a little more of the light on the underside down there. Is this a light enough? Yeah, well, okay, that definitely is light enough. All right. That'll work. Thanks, Grandpas. Appreciate that. Everyone, please give This Mechanic Games a follow. So, This Mechanic Games, why don't you post some stuffs in the chat there? Instas, Discord, whatever you got. Everyone, please give This Mechanic Games a follow if you could. So, thanks, Grandpas. Yeah, the one advantage of having them on that YouTube channel is that unlike Twitch, where I couldn't do things like playlists and put tags and all that other kind of stuff, that is the one thing I can do. Now, it does mean that, well, the 4,539 hours worth of Twitch highlights that were transferred over there, it's going to take a little while to redo each one of those with the same thumbnail and get the, get them in the right playlist, get them their tags and everything else. So it's going to be a process. It will take a while. But again, that is where all of our sessions are going to go live from now on. I think I just, I know earlier today I exported last night's session over to that channel. Again, I believe there's something like almost around 300 videos on that brand new channel already. Geez, This Mechanic Games, that's this one, right? Or is it a different one? I think it's this one, right? Again, I didn't realize how many DM stash busts that I had here. I think this is one too. Yeah, I believe this is another DM stash bust right there. So again, everybody please check out the Insta link that This Mechanic Games just posted. Another fabulous version of the DM stash bust. That's a DM stash does some really nifty stuff. They are on my mini factory, so go check them out. Get some more of our light up here. Well, surface tension, sorry about that. Surface tension, if you want to share your link there. Surface tension, I was sharing the panes, no, sorry, the cadmium gray. Or no, it's cobalt gray, that's it. Yes, the cobalt gray. That, again, can only be found in Welshlandia. And that's why it's a Series 99, right? Surface tension. It's rather exclusive to its location. I think not only is it not allowed to be exported beyond the borders of Welshlandia, I don't even think you can carry a tube of it beyond the borders of Welshlandia. Thanks, surface tension. Appreciate that. This is one that I printed up a while back to use as part of our painting busts series. But the nice thing is we can just print it up again. Who knows, maybe we print this one in FDM. Actually, if we stick it on the base here, well, now these little tassel things, those might be a bit mischievous, but I think we could potentially get this one to print on the FDM printer, only bigger. I mean, this one's kind of big already, so it would only be for a tutorial vid. It wouldn't be for streaming. So see you later there, Doji. Happy Sunday to you. And have yourself a great one. Yeah, surface tension. I don't believe it is allowed to carry that stuff beyond the borders of Welshlandia. Probably be some kind of special agents there or something like that, just making sure. Any kind of illegal contraband like that exiting the borders. Let's throw a little something on these guys here. Also here. And again, everybody please give this Mechanic Games a follow. Do something more here with our light. I'll be coming back with some of our dark too, but right now let me just do this here. It's got a little bit of our green on it. Some of that over here. Again, as a bit of a reflection of what's going on with his scales here. Let's do that. Let's get some reflected greens here. That's actually a pretty dark color right there. That is essentially a mid-tone. It looks almost like a highlight, only because we were pretty effective in getting some dark colors in there before. Let's do that now, okay. They're probably some kind of leather-ish type things, whatever. Those little crazy tassels. Oh yeah, what was it? Oh, the mounted barristers and their tassels. Just like was all of our Candish horsemen, they all had tassels on the stupid horses, and none of those wanted to print. And the ones that did print just wanted to break off once they did print, because reasons. Now let me use this one instead, I guess. Let me try this here. Once again, a dry brush that also wet blends. Dry brushy, wet blending stuff here. Let me get some more of our light up in here. Thanks, Grandpa's Jump. It was initially it was just basically a light gray. Then we took our fabulous Perline Crimson, all Series 6 of it, put that on there. Now actually we're using, well, this is Windsor Red, which is Naphthol Scarlet, which is also Fanchon Red. It's the every color. Let me grab me some of this, because I don't want this to be too orangey, because we already have lots of orangey stuff happening on the armor here. There we go. A little something there, not too much. Now we gotta fool around with these things. Like, could you? There we go. I want to get our greens in there as well. All right, more thinner. It looks like more thinner. Grandpa Stump. Sometimes we think of it as magic. Sometimes we just think of it as thievery. We're like time thieves. We steal time. So yeah, instead of well, let's have this take, oh, I don't know, many hours. Or we could have it take a few seconds. Where's our... Ah, it's over here. So this cloak here, that was about 28 seconds or so of painting. We slapped magenta up there. We slapped a turquoise down here, a third brush with no paint. Blended them together. Few highlights, boom, cloak, done. No fooling around. As we like to say, no fuss, but also no muss. Now, that's going to be about the last little bit I can fool around with here. Again, we have the thinner stuff going on, but even that, and even with the alkyds, we got to give that some time to set now. So let's throw a little bit of red there, and then we will move on to our green that is, well, right next door. Let's do that. We'll take our Phthalo green. Oh, gee whiz. I have to reactivate that a little bit. Holy smokies. More of that down here. We might get some of our darkest phthalo green up towards the top. But first, see what our radiant green's going to do. Again, hashtag no layers. None of those. Well, I guess it could be judged by scales, or our Lady Justice scales. Again, those filled with some eyeballs. That is going to be quite the mega project on the Patreon page for sure. That's probably going to be at least a 6. I was projecting as many as an 8-part episode, 8-part series to do the mounted barrister diorama. It'd be the first of its kind. Never actually did a series like that. See you later there, Arid. I hope you enjoy the post-game ritual there. And again, everybody, please give Arid a Gatewave a follow if you could. Thank you so much, Surface Tension. Look at this. We got plenty of medicine here. We need to dive into this medicine here. So just a wee spot of medicine there. Again, we usually just have to guess at the dosage. Actually, I think I'll probably need to head on over to the pharmacy very soon. Because finding yourself running low on medicine, that's a dangerous thing right there. So that is, let's see, no, it's not our rum combo. That is our cranberry ginger ale. Well, and the Tennessee whiskey version of Screwball. So that is like a 97 proof peanut butter and jelly sandwich right there. Which again, that's your medicine should also have a bit of nutrition. And of course, well, peanut butter's got all kinds of fantastic nutrients in it. Your jelly does too. It's got fruit there. If you have 5 or so servings of your medicine, then you've done your duty and had all of your fruit servings for the day. You're supposed to have, what, at least 5 servings of fruit. So there's a link that Armored Wolf just posted there with, again, the Linseed Fellowship link. please subscribe to the YouTubes there, because that is extremely helpful. Well, again, it's all about a good, healthy diet, right? Surface tension. It's all about good, healthy diet there. Let me get some of this green mixed into this here. Come on, there we go. So we're kind of looking at the top side of these fabulous scales. Again, this Archvillain stuff, they really do focus, they lock in pretty heavy on textures like this here. Oh, and speaking of which, on the merch store there, those water bottles, they're actually a thermos, because I think it was the other day I brought it somewhere, and hours later what was inside was still cold, and I'm like, well, okay. It was really the first time I ever used it, and I thought, it just didn't. I guess I'm used to the old style thermoses that were very thick. Not sure what kind of magical insulation is in there, but there's some. That might have gotten a little bit thick. We'll probably come back and we'll get rid of some of that with our darks. I mean, we got to come back and do some darks in here anyway, kind of like what we were doing with his face up there. So Grandpa's most of the designs there, like our juggling flaming chainsaws, a lot of those happen during streams. And one of our Aussie friends created that design. And that was, he just surprised me with it. He said, "Hey, Jim, check this out." And yeah, he created that design again. He also created our Book of Wapple logo here. So again, we thank Recoil for doing all that. Now, of course, we're going to be painting another one of our Indy cars, but with this right here, because, well, we want to have yet another hype train. We already have a hype train. We also have the hype train cookie, but we need the hype train race car. Yeah, we are going to get ourselves a bit more of our light on some of these scales out here. Yeah, like that. That's actually a little bit of, I think, some leather over there. We'll work on that in a little bit. We also have to get here. Let me do this before we forget. Now, Grandpa's, I'm glad that you've been able to sample some of the lore here in Wappleville. So Grandpa's, that Dark Queen Schmaladriel army, I actually was able to have a baseball jersey made that is entirely themed to that army, and actually it matched the colors. I have the Dark Queen Schmaladriel logo on the sleeve. I think on the back of the jersey it says Haldir. Oh, should we do some more of that? Yes, we shall. It was one of 6 different jerseys that I made. Let's see, we did one for Minas Morgul, one for Moria, Minas Tirith. We did a Mordor shirt, or a jersey. Come on, there we are. Yep, I think that we need to maybe even go a little bit lighter with some of our oranges there. A little something on that too. Throw me just a little bit of the orange up here just for funsies. I think we need to, yeah, let's go with something darker here. We got our brown, some of our Van Dyke brown. We'll get those comboed up here. Not so much just for the dark, but also for some edges here. Edge contrast, that's a thing. Edge contrast definitely is a thing. Especially if you want to have things like, well, I don't know, metal, sharp objects. Well, you're going to need sharp edges, aren't you? No, otherwise it's going to look just like, well, I don't know, maybe some leather like these guys here. Doing a little bit of a glazy thing there. Up here as well, yep. We are wandering back down over here to our fabulous Perline Crimson. Some glaze type things in here. We were talking about this earlier. Ooh, look at that. Look at that. That's makes our light lighter without having to do anything to make it lighter. It's addition by addition. Get that darker red up there too. Well, actually, so surface tension. That how do you think? We were able to make these bush tops right here? There's no such thing without hedge contrast, right? I mean, again, otherwise just this. Yeah, hedge contrast is what turns these into bushes instead of just grass tufts. See, I'm not quite sure what the film noir name for that would be, but yes, it's all about the hedge contrast. Unless you're getting into the financial things, and then you got hedge funds. Now, with this right, we wanted to have. Do we want to? I'm gonna try to see if we can't sneak some dark blue stuff down in there. Yeah, so we have confirmed surface tension that hedge contrast. Was it? Oh, respect the sprinkles, right? That wasn't one of our cookie decorating stream tenants there. Yeah, that was respect the sprinkles. I'm just gonna make those more of a blue here. Yeah, let's do that. Not entirely sure about it, but I think we're just gonna roll that way. Now here we are doing the pin line wash type of deal because it's just way easier to get that settled down in there. Like so. And of course we also have Prinkles, who is one of the most feared characters on the channel. And you must always respect the Prinkles too. Well, that really makes a big difference on some of these. Yeah, it's a whole lot easier doing that again with our true capillary action, not the false capillary action. And look at this, still not even in hour 3 yet. We haven't gone anywhere near our lightest light yet either. I mean, we've gotten some areas lighter, but definitely nothing, no final lights or anything like that. We still need to come up with a name for our little capillary action demo, which is always remarkable to see. And again, with the water washable oils, no one seems to realize that if you're using those and you're not going to use thinner to thin the paints, you're basically surrendering your fabulous capillary action in the process. And again, the capillary action is really critical right here to not having to paint though each one of those the hard way. So much easier just to gently drop that paint down in there and let it do its own thing. You drop it down there and you say, you do the rest. Last few of these to fill in there. Now our red once again, darker up here on top of those. Darker that gets, lighter everything else becomes. And that is why we don't use white primer, black primer, whatevers, because, well, everything next to white looks dark, everything next to black looks light. It's not terribly helpful. Where's my orange? We're going to throw a little touch of that up here. But again, before we get it with our really, 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 really light stuff. Which I'm going to throw me some of that out on the palette here. So again, instead of our fast matte weight, we're going to use the Paul Rubens. Paul Rubens. Wait, let me get that out here. Also, I think I'm going to hit that with my... Speaking of capillary action, we're going to just put a drop or two of thinner on there to break that down like you do. There you go. Find ourselves a little place to utilize that. And we are now going to have at some of this down here. Been waiting a while, working on other areas, letting those have a chance to set. And we're going to start working on this again. We need to fish some light down here, sure thing. More over there. Again, reflected light. Now let's get the light on the tops of these shapes here. We're getting there. I'm not going to fool around with this until we're not going to be sticking our hand on that anymore. tops of our little inlays here. Kind of like what we were doing with our chariots. Both Highland Miniatures and Titan Forge chariots. A piece of fuzz on the end of that, just got rid of that. So some of our latest green done on the bottom portions of our little gemstone inlay there. Maybe not too much of that on the upper side. Gotta do the red here. Grab me some of that white. Now we've got our latest red there. That was something where we had to, again, put some of that stuff down and then give it a little while. Put some more of that lighter red up here. I'll lighten you up a little bit over here. Look at that, reds and greens. It's gold and there's almost no yellow on there. I know there's some kind of app or something like that that lets you, you point your phone at the miniature and it'll say this is this color, this is this color, or whatever. It would be hilarious to have point one of those at some of our gold miniatures, only for it to find out, whoa, there's no yellow on there. And for the most part, our figures that have, well, they look like they're gold, whatever. There's yellow is probably one of the least used colors to create that. Which is why we kind of strongly advocate that you don't get the gold non-metallic paint set. Yeah, that's not going to work so well for you. Well, unless you get the gold non-metallic paint set for the guy who's wearing a red cloak standing on green grass in a sunny sky. In which case, then you're all set. But most of those sets are not quite that complete. Because guess what? What has generated most of the colors of our metals here? It's the surroundings. It's the green. That's going to be shiny, and it's going to be right next to these green scales, and we're not going to reflect any green on there. That's the most interesting shiny metal ever. Which is why when we're doing our true metallics, which is, again, our oil-painted stuff, it's metallic, as in true metallics. And yes, we do the same thing. We have the reflected light, the reflected colors. It just happens to be also metallic. That's all. I guess he's Rock Band Sobeki or something like that. Nah, that don't go there. Whoa, that was a little bigger. Nah, I thought it was this one. Like, well, that brush got a whole lot bigger real quick there. I'm pretty sure, yeah, we did get our darker greens into here, so let's start doing some of this later stuff now. Also, maybe some of that down in here. Come on, a little bit more there. Also some here. What about there? Let's see. What are we doing there? Let that be darker. Let's let that be darker down in there. We'll leave those for now as our darker red. I don't think we're for the moment going to try to bring our green into that. I still have, there's the, I'll say we got our Radagast writing go here, but there is actually a Gandalf and here miniature that I printed out. It's, Diwali made that. Actually, I have a whole bunch of eagles. Oh, that's the other thing I noticed with, Last Sword, is they have a whole bunch of eagles. I'm wondering too if some of those might actually be more like baby eagles. Like, I guess that's the new thing with MESBG is baby eagles. And who'd have thunk at right surface tension that I guess the most broken list in MESBG would happen to be the Eagles? Let me see if I can stick my brush down in there. Down in here. Along that way. Got to get rid of some of the blue there that leaked over. And okay, that's better. Yeah, surface tension. We've had a couple of skits with he and Gandalf. They're kind of commiserating over their armless situations. That's actually Radiant Violet, and then some of our brown ochre in combination. That's where over here. A little something lighter there. That is not a hyper light color, that's just basically a mid-tone, which is where most of your colors are basically going to end up. They're going to be mostly mid-tones. Alright, we'll see you later there, surface tension. Thanks as always for everything. And, well, sorry there was a little bit of a mishap. A little digestive mishap there. Hopefully that wasn't too much work to get that all cleaned up. Nope, there's a big old chunk of paint hanging under that. We gotta break that down, get rid of that. Nope, still gotta get rid of more of that. Okay, I think we're sort of there. Alright, we got our stuff going there now. Oh, nope. Let's try to make these a little lighter on this side, perhaps. I don't know. Is this light enough, or is it too light? We shall find out. Yeah. We don't want to respect those sprinkles, right? Right surface tension. Whoops. That went in the wrong direction. That's okay. I think we gotta get some darks on the underside of those too. ambient light on the top of these guys here. Let me do that. These over here really haven't had much of anything done. For now, we'll just get a couple little random lights on these. Nothing super special right now. Let's keep that right at that light middle tone area, I think. Let me see if I can get this a little later up here too. Alright, that's better. Breaking down some more of this white. I'm going to try and really hit some of our areas of gold here to be with some of their brightest highlights. Maybe also then come back with some of the darks too to make the ultimate kind of little contrasts too. Especially on these lower areas for right now. Again, all the stuff on the upper surfaces, we're just going to wait for the very end on those, so that we won't be wiping away paint. It's no big deal. And that might be something where I have to go back and redo those again, because we'll probably be wiping away some of that paint there, and that also is going to have to be later there, but we're not going to mess with that right now. Let's stick with some of this stuff out here. Okay, there we go. We got some of the light stuff now on our gemstone there. So again, our next stream, normally Armada Monday. It'll probably still be some kind of a Armada Monday normally related thing, but it's gonna most likely be maybe again another Enterprise, possibly printed out bigger. Maybe lighten that up a touch more. On the edges of these guys, this is where I might throw a little more of the orange in as well. Yeah, let me do that. Let's just go over here, grab some of that and some of our orange. We have our green there. See that we're also able to cut down a little bit on the width of that lighter line there too, which is fantastic. We have orange contrasting with the green right there. Tempted. Let me see what this looks like here. A little hint of some of our fiery glint on that, maybe. So that later orange is kind of, that needs to get rejuvenated a little bit. Back to maybe this orange down under here. Let me bring that up here more. Fine, we'll throw a little bit of that on those here is now we gotta get a little something more, I think, too, on his on the chest with our orange. It can't be too light, but again, we're just trying to have a little bit of that off-camera light sourcing going on here. That's always very dramatic, very fun. Back to my darker red here real quick. Those scales got a little wonky there. Back to our darker brown. Reinforce this line here. All the way up there. Getting back to some of our darker, kind of brownish, orangey color for some of our golds here to, again, sometimes those just have to be darker. Got some of our dark over there, it looks like. Not too much thinner in that. That's getting to be very close to a pin line wash. It's not quite there. So Cam did, but I tell you that the notion of starting out with the object source lighting instead of tacking it on at the end, so many benefits. You also there's nothing to mess up because you've started with it. So if you don't like it, let's say you don't even want to, in the end you just say I don't even want to do the source lighting, you can just basically get rid of it, and it's no harm, no foul. Now for a really light stuff, let me see if I can get on some of these guys here. Ah, that's it. Just a little light on the edges of those. Come on, there we are. Nope, that is way too much paint on that brush. Let me get rid of some of that. Hey there, Landras. So hopefully the run was fantastic. Sure it was. Hey there, Rottweiler. How the heck are you doing? Everybody please give Rottweiler1616 a follow. Thank you so much, Rottweiler. Appreciate that. Oh boy, Rottweiler. As we expand our number of brushes, we still, though, again, here let's look at the fabulous features of the one true brush. Now again, we've got texture paste and glue right there. We have several different forms of paint. We also have, look at that, there's some green stuff on the brush right there. Now there's also some super glue there. We also have chopped off the end of the bristles to make a fabulous stippling slash spatter brush right here. Now again, a tool like this, you would probably expect to pay at least $200 or $300 for it. We do have, again, we're offered a special sale on these. If you buy two of them, they're $600 and 50 cents. Again, that's the 2 for $600 special sale right there. Now let me see if we have what they look like in maybe their more original form, like this. As you can see, these are these are adolescent brushes. They have not matured fully to the point of this one right here. As you can see, also there are 12 of them for, well, now $3. Actually, I should go back to Hobby Lobby, the website there, and see if it's the same thing still. Now, of course, no matter what as you can see, the handles have also changed colors several times over the course of the years, but no matter what, they're always going to be the one true brush. There you go. Because it can be just about anything. It can be a filbert brush. It can be a glazing type of brush. Again, you chop that thing up. It can be a spatter brush. We use this for spattering the stars on our spacescapes there. And again, despite the fact that new brushes have entered the fray, always we will have the one true brush. So, Rottweiler, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. I don't know if you and Recoil are able to hang out and do some games there that might involve dwarves and mining and songs. I think it's been a little while since you guys have had a chance to do that. So that brush has probably been around for years and years and years. It's again, it's been used for vehicles. It's been used for our spacescapes. It's been used for the bases on our Battlefleet Gothic ships. And I do believe, well, especially with what we've been doing, like yesterday's miniature and today's miniature, I do believe that there is one, well, it's one of the most eternal quotes in all of the Book of Wapelville. Again, there are many chapters, but one of the most vital chapters, I wonder if we do have that here. Contrast is more than just light versus dark. That is certainly displayed here, because how's about we do a little reinforcement with film noir here. So we will see what happens to all of our golds and everything else as we go. Oh, wait a minute. Now all of a sudden, there are no golds. There's no gemstones. There's shading there, yeah. Source lighting essentially vamooses. Look at that. That all just vamoosed. No source light there. Let's bring this back. And now that starts to return. Let's grab our thing from last night. Again, we shall make said light sourcing disappear. Also, no more translucent cloth. We have plenty of value contrast here. That has nothing to do with our light source. Also has nothing to do with our translucent cloth. It is all about, so we bring this back, warm versus cool, unsaturated, saturated. Those are the differences that create, again, your object source lighting. And here, the only reason you're seeing that as a translucent cloth is you see some of the skin tone in some of these areas here. Otherwise, it just is like, it's just cloth. That's it. Camden, I want to, again, I need some time, all the time that I would have had to make things like, say, more slideshows, right, of all of our finished stuff. That unfortunately got chewed up by having to, again, redo the 5 years worth of Twitch highlights. So yeah, unfortunately, I was going to do that, and then that's when they said, nope, you lose all of that. So yeah, unfortunately, all the time that I would have had to make more graphics for that has kind of gone to that other stuff. So this is from, it's one of the Agama Rising chapters from Archvillain. Again, I think they've done at least 3 chapters, right, Camda? So yeah, Camda, like stuff like our Arnor army, some of that stuff. All of our Dark Queen Schmeladriel, right? I want to have some. I want to have some shows there. That would again be for the channel points and such. But yeah, once again, unfortunately, time for those graphics got, well, taken away, subtracted by Twitch. And I really wanted to get to those too, Camda, because, well, we've had a bunch of our armies now for a little while. Oh, Argo Cats, right, Camda? I wanted to do a little show for our Argo Kitties. And the other thing, Camda, all of our Nazgul on Fell Beasts. Yeah, we gotta have some kind of little something for that. We're just gonna have to have some kind of Nazgul Air Force or something like that, Camda. Yeah, Landrast. I think what was it? Well, that's 5 years worth of accumulated channel points, Landrast. Now, I think before Drax stopped streaming, I think I had about 88,000 or something like that in Drax streams. So yeah, Camda, I'm hoping again to create some for all of the new armies that we've got. Remember, we have our Farharad Army 2, all of our Candish stuff. We literally have no Candish slideshows or anything like that. And let me see, there's well, yeah, our Trench Crusade stuff, right? Camda, we have no slideshows for those. None of our ships, whether they're 28 mil, 1/1800 scale, there's no slideshows for those. Yeah, well, those are always probably clothing optional events anyway, right, Landrast? Let me do something here. Pillow fights are mandatory, though. Nope, that's gonna, we have our, if anything, we gotta get our lighter red on that, so leave that alone. We're just gonna try and do a little something here. Not a ton on that. I think, oh, that's right. There was the painting contest that was going to operate along the same lines as a certain type of poker game, where articles of clothing have a tendency to disappear when bets are lost. Let me see. Oh, yeah, we haven't done that here. That was another area I was wanting to put some of this really light stuff, was over here on these guys. I mean, it's just better if you don't even bother, right, Landrast? That's what blankets are for anyway. Okay, so I think, let's lighten up these chompers on this side here. Come on. Yeah, let's get our darker stuff here. Let's go back to that. We will take this and some of our, well, sap green, that's right. We'll take those two. We don't have Pearline Black. We're trying to essentially just make one here. We're mixing this up. So Rottweiler, don't know if you had a chance to share any of your stuff in the chat there, but I think we're almost done, right, with the stern guard. So here's hoping that the stern guard project continues to go well. And again, everybody, please give Rottweiler a follow. Now, we're going to be streaming to tomorrow. Okay, yeah, that's what we needed here. We did need to come back with some of the darker stuff here. Not trying to outline anything. We're just trying to restore some of these shadows here around some of the scales. So I think you're just going to have to sing some dwarf songs there, Rottweiler, while you're painting those. Actually, Rottweiler, geez, I don't know if I sent you some of the songs that been able to generate with Sky Reels there. I'll have to send you some of those. So yeah, you could probably develop some new dwarf mining songs there, Rottweiler, with that. Well, it would. Well, I guess you could still do it with the free version. Okay, now that's going to be a really interesting kind of dingy light color. But that's going to go here. Then here. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Rottweiler just shared. And please again give Rottweiler a follow. So Rottweiler, I guess should be you'll be hammering away at those stern guard on stream then soon enough. Let me try to chuck a little more light down on this little skelly friend here. And by the way, 3 hours 17 minutes ago, how much paint was there on this? There was none. Absolutely no paint on this whatsoever. Otherwise known as a blank canvas miniature. Try to lighten up a little bit more there. Also there. Well, Camden, if you knew the story of what he was doing when he lost his arms, then that might inspire a little bit of fear or at least suspicion. You know what? You can see all the paint's pretty much going on those. We basically wiped it all away, so I'm just going to again wait. No point in messing around with those right now. And of course, he's not the only armless boss that we've got, of course, because there's Grumpy Gandalf. It's like, so dude, man, so I didn't even have a glow stick and I still got my arms chopped off. Well, were you fighting a Balrog? He's like, oh, I don't know, it was a bunch of rats. What were rats doing in the jungle? I don't know, it was some weird thing in the lore where Skaven attacked Lustria. I don't know nothing about that. No, we don't need that light there. We're going to try and get a bit of it up here. Also over here. No, 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 no. Let's get this. That is some of our Mars Yellow Deep. That's better than having the white there. Again, we're just gonna not even bother with that since I'm still gonna be sticking my hands on that. Little stretch of light right there. A little something more over here. These are, again, some other little craft brushes that we're just gonna bequeath to us here. Nothing special. I'm gonna take this and some of our other green here. Let me go back and start breaking this down. I tell you, these Paul Rubens alkyds, they actually have that fast, like really fast drying time. And it's not like the Griffins are slow, but holy smokes, these can be really fast drying. It's to the point where they're drying on the palette there. Taking our blending brush to this. Come back with this now. Maybe a little bit of our lighter green up there. Now let me try and do some stuff maybe up here with this. Lighter green now, maybe some more of our orangey stuff here. Let me get that Terra Rosa. Okay, oh geez, Cam, that I gotta actually do that myself. Hopefully with gloves, unlike this guy here. I don't know. I think this guy maybe his name should be Reggie or something like that. Now, of course, they always talk about baseball players or something like that, right? They have gator arms. The gator arm syndrome, right? Where they don't want to reach out or something like that, and they have their little gator arms. This is oh, that's right. He was playing first base, and there was an errant throw, and he went to get the ball in the baseline, and the runner went through the baseline and took out both of his arms. That's very harsh. So Reggie here had a promising career as an infielder until that was cut short, so to speak. No pun there, not at all. By a tragic incident on the baseline and a collision with a base runner. Let's do we do our? No, we didn't really do our lightest light stuff here. Let's bring that in on this side. A little lighter right there. And we'll lighten this up too. can't. Oh, we can actually go very much lighter on those little chompers there. See if I can get the lightest light on the edge of this thing here. Come on. Alright, that's better. So yeah, we were going to wait on all the stuff up here and all the stuff down on these things. Once we know we're not going to be sticking our hands on that over and over again. I'm just pretty much wiping it out anyways. See you later, Grandpas. So, Grandpas, appreciate you being here. Have yourself a fantastic Sunday there, Grandpas. And, of course, hopefully maybe we can catch you on some of our Battle of Midway streams that are coming up. Like I said, I think we're going to have at least another 1800 scale printed Enterprise. If I can print it a little bit bigger, I will try. It's a little bit limited as to how big I can actually print that thing. Unless I try printing it in FDM, but I don't think that would work out very well. So, see you later there, Grandpas. And we're going to lighten that up a little bit too. There's our orange. Indian, okay, not that much Indian yellow. So there's our floral orange. Again, that's our floral orange from Paul Rubens there. Got that broken down. Over here again. And then on some of our edges of our pyramid here again, not a ton. And we're going to throw in some more of our light down on here. And that's it, nowhere else. As far as on our plinth there, but let's get some more of the light orange here on some of our scales and on whatever this crazy little belt thing is down here. So now we are we're 3.5 hours in on this. And again, this is from Archvillain Games. And I don't know which chapter of Agama Rising it is, and I'm pretty sure they're at chapter 3. Something tells me this is maybe chapter 2. I could be wrong, but I think it's chapter 2. Hey there, Recoil. Everybody, please give Rico13 a follow. So, Recoil, those are some really incredible images. I'm telling you. Oh, and Recoil, I think I sent you. These. If not, I'll send them again. But I think this is 4 permutations. You got three of them right here. What I'm starting to realize, recoil, is that if I want gold, and this goes back to the stuff that I think I might have sent you the ones of the high elves. You basically have to tell it to do shiny gold, otherwise it's just gonna like do yellow. And like make sure there's reflections in there. So I don't know how detailed you got to get with your prompts there, recoil. Well, Kagomi's Fury, I appreciate you being here. Thanks for the raid. And Kagomi's Fury, if you want it one more time, share your stuff before you head off to sleep there. And again, everybody, please give Kagomi's Fury a follow. And of course, Recoil, if you want to share some of your stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Hey, Night Whisper. Actually, Night Whisper, why don't you share some of your stuff in the chat again, too? Again, your fabulous oil painted stuff. Come on, there we are. Alright, now I think we're just going to start going with our much later stuff on this because I don't think we're going to be a stick in our hands there quite so much. And the other thing I'm starting to learn is, again, the that implement of the where you kind of highlight an area in the chat GPT and you say, okay, this has to be done differently here, only in this area though. Everything else stays the same. Well, and of course it's still going to change that, right, recoil? Like we were talking about earlier. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Night Whisper just shared. And then everybody please give Night Whisper a follow. Geez, Recoil, I haven't even had a chance to look at any footy results. I have no clue what's been going on. Because I'm pretty sure... Now, that was actually a big game between the Dockers and the Suns. I have no idea even how that one turned out. Oh, well, look at that. That's not good news for the doggies. I mean, the Brisbane game, the Collingwood game, those kind of worked out in the doggies' favor. But that one, ooh, Freo, I think actually that probably takes the doggies out of the 8. Granted, they have that bye, but I think now they got to win just to stay in the 8. So see you later there, Night Whisper, and welcome back, Arid. Appreciate you returning. So that is, I'm gonna say that the doggies are not even in the top 8 anymore, unless percentage. Nope, they are not. That win by Freo knocks the Bulldogs out of the playoffs, at least for right now. I mean, we're what, round 12, so a little over halfway through the season. Boy, missed opportunities, right, Recoil? Missed opportunities. Yeah, let's do this right here. Also over here. This Aussie Rules Football Report brought to you by the Wappleville Sports Network, where we report the news before it is news. Yeah, actually, the only reason they're past Essendon is just because of the percentages. So that is going to be a wee bit problematic there if they want to be playing September footy. Let me see what we can do down here. Maybe we will start to play with these a little bit more here. How's about some more green, though, for these? Thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting the YouTube links there. Again, if you want to be able to see, well, sessions like this after after the fact, the only place you're going to be able to see those now is going to be on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. Because again, all your Twitch highlights are basically going away. So the only way you're going to be able to see them is if you head on over to that channel. So why don't you go ahead and do the subscribe thing. There won't be any ads on there, because it's only meant to be a replacement for what I used to have on the Twitch channel, where there was no ads. So it's again, we're just trying to replace what was removed. Let me do this up here. Oops, come on, blending brush here. There we go. More of that up here. So yeah, Rico, it's really neat that those go from kind of the black and white, the drawing type stuff, to some full color references and such. Actually, Rottweiler was in the chat just a few minutes ago. Might have stepped away for a little bit. Now here we gotta not go too crazy with the later on the opposite side that's not firelit. Probably gonna have to have some like a little darker demarcation here too. Yeah, we're gonna have to do that. I'm just gonna hit these couple little bits of light here before we come back this way. Maybe we'll use again here some of our red there, and again that is gonna give us this light, dark, and then light again. So great to see it, Erid. Darken that down a little more. Now that is, oh yeah, we can do that a little bit over here. A little bit on this side here. Let's do that. Some of that up here. Now on this, I might be able to go even a little bit lighter. Let me see if we can do that here. We have our white. Just let that go into the orange. What the heck? Over here too. There's quite a bit of paint on the end of that brush, but we'll just roll with it. Maybe toss a few more lighter things in some of those. Now let's do some stuff up here. Come on, right along that edge there. Fine, I'll just stick my finger right on that top part so we can again get these little areas with some kind of light on them here. Let me do that up here as well. Up here. Extra bit of light there. I do like the greens over here. I don't want to lose those. too much. We never did get any of our light on that, so we're going to take this brown. Where's our radiant violet? Which is actually not radiant violet. That would be our Paul Rubens. I don't remember what the heck the color is called. We just refer to it as radiant violet because it does the same thing. And that's what we would use if we had radiant violet out on the palette. Alright, we needed that little bit of light there. We got it over on this side. We just said we had none over there. And then there's this, well, kind of cut off leather here by the cut off arm. Actually, do I have any? Nope, I don't have any water here anywhere, do I? Nope, there is no water. So I won't be able to do my later, or the black stuff there, because I can't clean off the brush. I'll lighten you up a little bit here. Little something along that edge, and then maybe something lighter right here too. We got these little, I don't know if that's stitching or something. Okay, we got those going. Should leave those darker. Definitely leave those darker. That one little dot on her, that got a little bit later, bigger than it was supposed to be. Let me go back to this green. And we'll break that down. Trying to get the lower lid here. Alright. Let's get some of that oxide green there. That's again our super opaque green. That is not quite where that should go. Throw a little bit of the green onto that bit of gold. We're going to throw some of that over here too. Yeah, that's right next to where we got all of our the fabulous oranges too. More of our green down here to begin reflect all of this, those green scales that are right by what's supposed to be shiny gold. If that's the case, then we've got to reflect that. Doing that here, you can't really see it. It's probably blocked, but you can see that. Needed the reflections there too. There's my blending brush here. Nope. More. Where's my sap green? More of that reflection happening here. Blending brush. Okay, yeah, let me take away a little bit more of this here, darken this down. And then maybe get some of this up on the top of these scales. Let me see what happens here. It was just a little too complex. Too much stuff going on there. Also, we almost need something where we have kind of this light highlight on the top of the scale, and then we have our firelight on the underside of that scale. Nice to see it there, Blades. Everybody, please give Blades81 a follow. So, Blades, again, I hope that the streams have been going well. And, of course, if you want to share anything there, Blades, in the chat, please go ahead. I know, well, it's the usual, let's see, 3:44 in the morning for you there. So, yeah, this is a bust here from Archvillain, and Blades, check this out. So I primed this thing, our usual kind of dark brown. I took a bunch of pictures of it, popped those pictures into the GPTs. This was actually, I did 4 permutations of it. I said obsidian stone for the pyramid, and obviously gold for him, but I had to kind of shine up the gold, and then I also had to say, give me an object source lighting type of thing. So that was, again, some nifty little references to work from. There are imperfections for sure, because it's like, how in the world do you look at that picture and see that? So there was some things that got confused by. Now maybe it's not terribly used to a bunch of like Egyptian gods or something like that. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Blades just shared, and then give Blades a follow. So yeah, Blades, that was we're kind of getting a better handle, little by little, getting a better handle on, okay, how do we really approach making the best kind of reference materials to look at for while we're painting, and then also say, okay, well, boy, that really looks neat with that color, but what if we were to think about this? And again, I can't wait to film the next episode in our painting giant monsters series, because then I finally get to use all the images that I generated when we were trying to figure out, okay, how exactly do I approach this here color scheme? You know what? I'm going to switch this to our green once again. I mean, it is right next to his head, which has the green scales. So again, how it manages to just avoid any sort of reflections there is quite interesting. Too much paint. We're going to thin that down a little. Once again, try to get some lights on that. So again, everybody, please check out the link that Blades just posted, and then give Blades a follow. Now, Blades, your next stream is not till Monday, right? And again, that programming note here that our Monday stream, it will be Armada Monday most likely, but it's not going to be an interstellar version. It's going to be more riding the high seas once again with some of our World War II 3D printed ships. Also going to, again, try to print out that Dauntless So that is something I'll be doing after the stream, is working out all of the printing aspects of that. Come on, there we are. In the shadow areas there. Let me see if I can get my much cooler green colors here. And that's almost a bit of a blue right there. I'm going to try and maybe toss some of that over here as well. Well, it's more of a teal, actually. Get me some of that over here. I'm not really sure. You can see too much of that. We don't need that up here. I think maybe you could see a little bit of it back in there. So again, everybody please give Blades81 a follow. Back to the darker stuff. Now let me take... I think we got it now. There we are. That is much darker. A lot of that's going to go into here. Also over there. Ah, well, we definitely get some darks in these. I don't think, there's a bunch of these. I don't think we ever did this. I know we did it kind of sort of over here, but not too much. Might really help down here. Yeah. Also there. Ah, we don't... Do we have another? Yeah, we'll just roll with what we got there. Also going to darken these up now a lot. Blending brush, where you hiding? Hashtag no layers. Again, that blending brush. Here's our brown once again. To the blending brush we go. Ah, same up here. No, not the green. Let's stick with this. Since what's in there is going to be here, let me just see if we can mess around with that. Got this. We have a brush we can sacrifice. Hey there, Morty. Moriarty, how you doing? Boy, it's been a little while there, Mort. I hope that everything has been going well. Ah, it's been a wee while. Hopefully you've seen some of the stuff that we've been doing here with well, with the mounted barristers, all of our spacescapes. Oh yeah, I needed to get that stuff taken care of there. So yeah, Moriarty, and let's see. Well, last night on our stream we did this right here. Loot Studios, a little bit of source lighting on there. Always having fun with the large scale stuff. And well, here's our latest spacescape right there. Did that one on Thursday. Let me see if I can get this brown here. Where's my Van Dyke brown? There we go. And we'll try and tighten up a couple of these these lines and edges here. Oh, that's fantastic there, Moriarty. And of course, Moriarty, if you want to share any of that, I don't know if you can with the. I know some places say you can't show the thing first, right? If it's a painting contest, so you don't wanna get you on the wrong side of the painting contest rules there. And of course, Moriarty, we painted our linseed racer in true fellowship style right there. So yeah, if you wanted to share anything there, Moriarty, please go ahead and do that. Fine, we'll get our dark there. Where's my... Maybe we'll use a little bit of the magenta. Let me see what happens. Right in there. Come out a little bit darker there. Okay. Nope. I'm gonna take the about some of our green as well. So this would be another, maybe sort of a reflection or whatever over here. So yeah, Moriarty, there's no, I just don't, unfortunately with all the other social media stuff, oh, that's the other thing, Moriarty. It's a good thing I don't have something like the Discord because, well, it was in February where Twitch said, well, all of those nifty highlights that you've been doing for 5 years or however many years other folks have been doing them, we're taking all of those away. So I have been spending months now, basically since February, trying to transfer all 4,539 hours worth of highlights over to the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. So yeah, until stuff like that stops happening, there's no there's no way I can do any other social media things because we already got lots of that going on. So yeah, that wasn't super fun to find out that again a whole of that was going away. Because obviously people were watching those and it was effectively a YouTube channel. Which again, now that's why we have to basically do a whole new one. And just, well, recreate what already existed. You know, I'm just going to do this little bit of glazy stuff on these chompers here. And if we need to, we'll come back with something later. But I think for right now, I'm going to just roll with that the way that is now. Let's hit this 2. Now what I am hoping is that since now it's going up on YouTube and I can have things like the different playlists and such, it'll be easier to find. Oh, and tags, that's the other thing. Be easier to find maybe what you're looking for. Because there'll be lists for Lord of the Rings, Shatterpoint, whatever. Here we are. So yeah, Landris, I guess the crazy thing was with that channel, even though I've been on YouTube for how many years now, since 2012, I had to do that ID thing. That was why it was only letting me do so much. So if I had known that, but it didn't say. If I had known that was the reason why it was not letting me do more uploads or more exports, I could have actually had all of this stuff exported there instead of having like 50 of them end up on the main channel. I mean, they're the exact same thing. It just now means many, 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 many extra hours of work to do the same thing that already existed. Now, okay, let me get our little lightest bit on top here. Looks like an open space to work with here. I'm going to try to do all these edges now. We've been kind of waiting on those again all this time. What do we found? Well, gee whiz, okay. I didn't think we were already 4 hours in. Yeah, it's funny, Landress, that's still sitting right here. And well, we've done 1 or 2 translucent cloths since then. As in last night we did one. And again, this session are one from last night. Those will end up on they're already on that new channel. I just got to again get all the thumbnails and all the other info on those. Landras, that one is such a simple pose. I think that is one that we could print out significantly larger on the FDM printer for sure. Yeah, I don't see why we couldn't print that one out like 7-8 inches tall or whatever. Now we'll have there'll be a little bit of a texture right from the FDM stuff, but still. Oh, and Landris, yes, I'll get you pictures of that Isengard. I'm printing out again another one of the Bastions section, so that's I think that is like an 18-hour print or something. So that one's going to be printing for quite some time. And then I think I'm going to maybe print 2 more sections of the tower, just if we need to make it super tall. I think any more than 2 sections added to that tower, it's going to be hitting the ceiling. Come on. Let me get some. There we are. We're just trying to get some really toasty highlights on our metals down here. Also, I don't know what we're doing on these guys. We might come back with a bit of a glaze on some of that. So Landers, hopefully you're the one object source lighting thing that you were working on there. Hopefully you've had a chance to mess around with that today. What am I doing here? Let's get a little bit more of that there. I wonder if this is another one where we have to come back with some dark, maybe, I don't know. Let me just see what we got with this here. Ooh, that's not going to work. Let's get rid of that. Well, that's good, Landrast. Okay, yeah, I think we've got a little bit of the firelight reflecting on there. I'm gonna break this down again. Oh, geez. Yeah, let's really break this down. A little more of our orange under there. Now, what about this deal here? We got our fluorescent orange, but I think I need some of the Indian yellow in that too. Well, now we got all kinds of blobs all over the brush. Let's get rid of, nope. Let me just use this to get rid of all that stuff. Get rid of all of it. Still kind of chunky there. Alright. And maybe get a little bit of the red there. And a slight hint of our orange, maybe all the way up here. Yeah, just a little bit of it up there. So ink on it, actually, I think so. Also, too, there's all of that Frostgrave stuff, the trolls. Actually, if you look, one of the first ones that oh no, that's on the main channel. Never mind. That's on the main channel, I think. But this one was brand new, so I know I have this one right here, and there was what 4 of the other ones. Actually, in Gunners, I want to print those out. Because that was another one of my favorites from Archvillain was the Frostburn? That's it, Frostburn Horrors. I gotta print out some more of the walruses there in Gunners. Yeah, I really like those. And I think now with our darker primer and such, we could probably hit those even faster. And then there was, I never did actually get to paint like the big female character from that. I have that printed out now, and that's, well, that's somewhere. Alright, so we had it like now. Let's go back to some of the darker stuff here. There's our Perline Crimson. Bam. And here, there we go. Need that down in here too, I guess. So yeah, I've got the walruses. I managed to save those, and again, we'll. I don't think I even have like an Archvillain playlist on the main channel. So yeah, we'll be able to make an Archvillain playlist, maybe even, okay, Archvillain Frostburn playlist or something like that. Again, to make it easier to locate stuff. Now there might have been maybe one walrus that I didn't paint, or maybe there was 5 poses. Usually there's 4 of the big critters. Because I think that's, yeah, that was the same way with the daughters of Sekhmet and the sons of Sekhmet. There was 4 each of those poses. So yeah, I think, what was it though? Yeah, I spent how many hours today, and it makes all the other things I was doing, downloading tons of the Last Sword files. 29 pages worth. There was roughly 10 files on each page. So that was around 280 some odd files that I had to download from Last Sword. A lot of those, so basically going back, I think, to day 1. I know I have some of those downloaded, but now they're all there. And they all went directly to a backup drive. Back to some of my darker greens here. So Blades, the film noir on this does show some interesting things. We'll also do one on Our Lady from Last Night, because it's still wild to see that that all that object source lighting just completely disappear along with the see-through cloth. So here we'll just make this object source lighting disappear. Yeah, look at that. Again, there's plenty of shading, but now there is nothing there because you don't see any of this orange anymore. So yeah, even there, just at a fraction of a percent, you could see it here. Let's get all the way to our 50. Let's grab Our Lady from Last Night here. Do the same thing. Again, the sheer cloth disappears. Basically no source lighting, because what is it all about? It's about cooler, less saturated colors and warmer, more saturated colors. Even the hair color is much more saturated and warmer than what's going on here. But you can see that little bit of the skin tone there underneath the cloth there to make that more of a see-through type of a thing. And it's just wild, Blades, every time to see that, because I mean we know that's what's going to happen. But seeing is believing, that's for sure. Yeah, let me change that around a little bit here. Let me get this darker red down in there. And then maybe just to accentuate some of these blocks here. Not every single one, but just some of them. Thanks, Blades. Actually, there's another one. As I was trying to, prep these things, there's a couple of other really, really interesting Loot Studio 72s that I've got actually all printed out. Actually, there's one that I'm going to do as a probably at least a 1 or 2 part series. It's like a cyber robot type thing, and I think that could be super fun. There we go. Now we got ourselves a nice little edge right there. We also have to get some dark in here. We'll take our red for that. Blending brush like this one here. Boy, Blades, that little cat looks really crazy as a animated emote there. I don't have any animated emotes. I wonder if maybe I can have, I don't know if ChatGPT would make something like that. Essentially, it's like a GIF, right, Blades? It's basically just a GIF that's shrunk down to an incredibly tiny size. Not that brown. Let me try. There's still too much of our other stuff in there. You know what? I'm going to get some of my Turo Rosa. Let's see what we have here. For underneath that, and then also maybe even here. It's okay. I'm sure I have a ton of slots for those, right? Because I haven't done any, so. More of that here. Yeah, that's because this is the, well, it is the shadow side. This should be darker here. Yeah, but I think I even have a couple of slots just for regular emotes, much less a whole bunch of animated ones. I guess I'll have to see if I can maybe, well, we'll see what it can do with some of the ugly dolls. We'll see if we can have an animated Bobo eating, grabbing a cookie or something like that. That's that. There we go. That's what we needed. Some more dark up there. We got our dark up here now. Maybe we'll throw a little bit of our lighter red on this. Orange. Nope, I want to get a little bit, maybe some of that. Put right in here. So an animated armored wolf howling at the moon emote there. Let me get this light up here. Now, Blade said, do you have any animated Cooper emotes or anything like that? I know you have Cooper emotes, but I wasn't sure if there's any animated Cooper emotes. Oh, looks like we already did get our much later red up here. Ah, the fromage. Oh, actually, there will be fromage. I'm gonna be making some after the stream. It's a little bit different fromage. It's not the craft dinners. It's one of those suddenly soured things. That's it. Those are on sale at the stores, so we're gonna try and make ourselves one of those after the stream here. Yeah, okay, good. That needed to be blended in a little bit more there. Maybe we don't need that one big blob of bright red there. Let's see, I don't know what a POG emote is, unless that's maybe a little bit of mischief there from the autocorrect monster. So yeah, I think that's what we'll do. We'll see if we can get GPT. Well, just like we did these, right? I mean, we fed again the pictures of just a primed version of this, gave it some parameters, and again we did 4 different permutations. Here's the last 3. Taking this and our where's maybe some of that too. That's a little bit of our, come on, Mars yellow deep. That'll go in with this green. And we'll try and get a little bit more of this light out here on his scales over here. So yeah, Blades, thanks, actually, Blades, thanks for reminding me, because I think it was, I was trying to do a couple of test videos in Sky Reels, and to save it, it'll ask you, do you want to save it as an MP3 or as a GIF? Now, again, they're pretty short. They're just like 2 seconds long, 3 seconds long. And now I guess Twitch just kind of automatically shrinks them down so that they're emote size. At least hopefully that's the case. Catch a little bit of the, a little more than we wanted right there. Let's take some of that away. See if I can't also catch a little more light on the edge of these scales here. Ah, yeah, I gotta do something of that, and also something with this here. Now I might actually try to do a little bit more of a lighter violet on the tongue. Let's see how much lighter we want to really try to go with that. Okay, oh, you have to get some off Etsy, so now that's so I've been so obsessed with, say, like the prints and stuff, getting things like that off of Etsy. Never really thought of stuff like emotes of Etsy. This is something we're missing right here. No wonder. Okay, yeah, I think that does make a big difference. On the edge of his mouth there. Okay, and using that much lighter, kind of yellowish green. Couple of these scales up here, if I can just get a little touch of light on them. It's almost like they're little mini gemstones or something. No, not down there. Up here. Probably catch a little more. Oh, not. We need to blend that a little. Okay, blending brush does it. All taken care of. And again, this is part of the Agama Rising series from Archvillain. I don't know which chapter it is. There's at least 3 of them. I don't know if I have all 3 chapters. I might have. I know I have at least 2 of them. You know, I'm going to try to lighten this up a touch more there, and then maybe a little something down in there. Nice to see you there, Pascal. So, Pascal, hope that you had a great stream last night. Everybody, please give Pascal Ruse a follow. And, of course, Pascal, if you want to share anything in the chat like usual, please go ahead and do that. Yeah, sorry I didn't get a chance to join there, Pascal. I was trying to edit some videos and such, so I wasn't able to listen in. Glad that you've actually been able to get to do some streams there, Pascal. I know that work got kind of crazy and limited your time to do that, so glad you're able to do it again. Let me see, so where are we at? So 4 hours, 28 minutes ago, again, this had how much paint on it? It had none whatsoever. None at all. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Pascal just shared. And again, please give Pascal a follow. Check out all those fabulous painted miniatures. Now it's Sunday morning. I wasn't sure if you were going to be doing another stream there, Pascal. Again, trying to get a little bit my cooler greens, right? We want some color varieties here. Warmer colors, cooler colors. Which is just like here. Again, we were able to even basically have violet and magenta and still a strong contrast because one is a much cooler, desaturated, and that is so much more saturated and also that much warmer. Thanks, Pisco. Appreciate that. Yeah, this is one that I've had around for a while. I was waiting for a chance to get to paint this thing, and I just thought today this might be the time to do it. Let me see if I can't sneak a little bit of my darker phthalo in here. Yeah, now I can. Yep, I just had to be patient there. That automatically makes all those other lines look sharper in comparison. might do the same for our reds here. Let me try this again. That's our Perline Crimson. That's doing it there. Okay, yeah, now we've got even sharper edges up there. We'll darken you down a little bit, maybe. All around there, okay. Ooh, this is another. Well, that is not quite what I was looking around. Maybe try this. And then back to our orange. Okay, yeah, that just, I got super dark, super quick. This is a bit more of our yellowish green color here. Oh, how's about we kick that up one more right there. Again, if you were to look at our golds, there's almost no yellow in there. Yeah, just like when we're doing our Sky Earth stuff, there's very rarely anything besides some blues and some warmer grays to represent the Earth part of our Sky Earth. Prussian blue. And some of this, just basically trying to make an indigo here for our darkest of dark blues right along the top portion of that gem right there. Oh, that's a little ragged. We'll sharpen you up as well. Try to, oh yeah, that up there needs to be a little darker. Oh, sure thing there, Pascal. Hopefully we'll have a good answer for you. Come on. There we are. So fire away. Come on, a little touch there, okay? Darken this up there. Let's see. I wonder. These aren't beams of light here, but in our spacescape that we did, not the last one, but the one before. Well, the key was actually I had to get more of the blue there, right? And also, too, there's these, see these edges right here? Well, it's edge contrast. Right back there, it's a softer edge. So I think that's one way. See, like here, you can still see some of the background coming through, but the edges are also sharper there. But here you can still see it. Maybe there's still some of that backdrop showing through. So this is much more translucent back here, Pascal. That's what I'm saying. And also these here are much more translucent. Actually, Pascal, there was, it was one of our Galadriel. It was one of our landscapes of Middle Earth, Pascal. Unfortunately, obviously, all my highlights are gone right now, so I still have to restore that one. So, Pascal, yeah, that was one where there were the beams of light, Pascal, and that was a landscape. So I think that's closer to what you were talking about. Of course, ironically enough, Pascal, that would be super easy to do with the oil paints. There's actually a few ways you could attack it with the oils. With acrylics, it's going to be infinitely more painful, as in extremely painful. Because, again, with the oils, you could, in theory, paint your whole backdrop there, Pascal. You could paint the whole thing, and then you could do your lighter streaks over the top with the oils. But if you don't, and obviously you can just kind of like semi-wipe them away because they're oils. And all the stuff that's there, if that's dry, it's not going to be impacted at all. And what's interesting is that you can actually be very effective creating, uh, basically blending wet oils over dry oils. You're not necessarily blending them together. What you're effectively doing is kind of just buffing away the new oil paints, and it's kind of letting more of what's already there show through. So that might be, I don't know, maybe that's possible for you there, Pascal, is to maybe, and the whole thing could be painted in acrylic, so it'll be dry pretty fast. And then you could maybe, with your streaks, do that with the oils over the top. And again, you can just wipe away as much of it as you need. And of course, if you don't like it, just wipe the whole thing away, because that's the magic of the oil paints. So yeah, you could paint everything else with acrylics and maybe just try to do the lighter stuff with the oils. Because otherwise you would have to try and do that same stunt with the acrylics, and I could just see that getting jinky. I could see something going a little bit haywire there. So Pascal, I'm guessing. Well, again, I wish I just had. I wish I had that link to send you, but again, that link doesn't exist anymore because that got wiped away. But you might want your beam of light also to maybe have a little different coloration than the background, because if it's the same, if it's just a slightly different form of yellow, it's just all going to recede to the background and it's not really going to show any kind of depth there. So that might also be something to consider, is to actually have, let's say if the background is a cooler color, well, sort of like here. Well, think of it like this. The whole reason that looks translucent is because there's that tiny little bit of basically terra rosa skin tone there. Nowhere else, right? You don't see it anywhere else, so there's no translucency. That might have to be something like your, like what you're trying to do with your beam there, Pascal. Thank you so much, Rico. We could really use some of this right now. Thank you so much. Actually, Pascal, why don't you, if you could shoot me that Instagram image there, so after the stream I can check it out and really kind of analyze there, and maybe get you some. Oh, that's right, Pascal. Yeah, I could send you some of the pictures of some of those landscapes. So appreciate that, Rico. Thank you so much. Definitely. Well, now as we get towards 5 hours, definitely feeling the hungries and the thirsties. Actually, so Rico, I don't know if you got some something fun there. Almost going to be cooking soon for Mom. So yeah, sorry, Pascal, I can't really see anything on stream as far as links and stuff. So yeah, just send me some pics there. And I'm pretty sure it was the Galadriel landscape where we had the beams of light coming through. Actually, Rico, I think it was maybe during the day, just for some reason, what popped into my head while you were talking about the podcast there, and obviously us with the footy podcast, but then I just kept thinking a basing only podcast, no miniatures, bases only, and there was something about there was some kind of play on words. I can't remember what it was, Recoil, but yeah, I was just thinking us with a podcast where all it is discussing basing techniques and nothing else. I mean, what else? What else would you want to talk about on a podcast besides Aussie rules football and then basing? Beyond that, what else is there really to talk about? I'm gonna throw it out there that there's not a whole lot of basing only podcasts, right? Recoil. Again, it's a bold gambit there, but I think there's probably no other ones. Let me get some of that Severus blue. That's not Severus blue. Some of our white here. Rico, we could probably just based on right our last the last thing I did. I could do several podcasts just on our grass and flower tufts, and again, this I've got to make more of these now. So that's something I never did before with just basically a fall foliage or whatever. And those I like those so much better than any of the stuff that you get from the store. Also, that's a fraction of the cost of anything that you get from the store. Pennies on the dollar by comparison. In fact, I'll push that mid tone up a little further right there. I think there's the basics, right? The fundamentals of footy. There's certain basic fundamental aspects to footy. Then there's certain basic fundamentals to, well, basing. So yeah, I could see it there, Recoil. It'll be a groundbreaking production. See what I did there? Now, the fact that it might lean a little bit more towards the roos and the dogs in its footy coverage, that's just purely coincidental, right, Recoil? Okay, yeah, that's now you gotta get a little bit more of the bluish green happening there. Blending brush, where you hiding? There you are. I am tempted to do this right here. So I'm just gonna chuck that on there. Take our blending brush to it. Poof. Hashtag no layers. None of those layers. Not here. No, sir. No layers. Come on, give me a little bit of light right there. Again, everybody please give Rico 13 a follow. Rico, if you wanted to share some of your fabulous bases there in the chat, please go ahead. I know that basing usually is an afterthought. Sometimes is an afterthought of an afterthought. But what if you just kind of conceived of basing as, well, I'm going to basically turn every miniature into a miniature diorama. Nice to see you there, Neshlin. Happy Sunday, there, Neshlin. I hope that you are doing fantastic this morning. So what is it here? Well, no, it's 3:44 in the morning here. Is there one? Okay, there is not that over there. For whatever reason, only on this side. So again, I don't remember, Neshlin, which chapter of Agama Rising this is. Is it 1, 2, or 3? My guess is it's either 2 or 3. Probably 2. Grab some of my yellow, some of this green. And I think I also have the miniature version of this guy printed out. In fact, I must. Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's the monstrous infantry and not this guy. Let me throw some more of this in here. Also a little more light right on the edges of those. Just trying to catch again some of the light there. See, we got some of the bluish green. They're always trying to find some different color. Let me do some of that bluish. Yeah, that's too late. Too late. We're gonna take away some of that. Come on. There we are. A little bit of that all the way down and there. Do we need to darken you up a little more even with our green there? So see you later, Inganes. Everybody again, please give Inganes a follow. Inganes again also does the fabulous oil painting on some miniatures, so please check out Inganes. I'm gonna take all this out of this brush here. We're gonna bring back our lighter edges all the way up there. Like you do. Blending brush again. So fairly soon here, we're going to have to be doing some supper times for us. Yes, 4 in the morning is supper time here. That's how we roll in Wappelville. Yeah, 4 a.m. supper time. How it got to be that way, I'm not even quite sure how all that happened. And yeah, let me get the something a little lighter right on the end of this. Little skilly friend down in there, and then his edges on that. Touch of our lighter green out there. Also in here. You know what? I think I can throw a little extra light on the end of his jaw out here. Yep, I'm going to do that. Can be careful. We're kind of wiping out some of the darks we just placed there. Gots to be careful. Now, no, we'll leave that alone. Oh, that's the other thing about the Archvillain stuff. It tends to not be a bazillion pieces. This is 2 pieces. There's the plinth and there's him, and that's it. Yeah, there's none of this. The eyeball is a separate piece, and 400 pieces later, and all this other kind of stuff. Yeah, none of that stuff going on. Those macho riders, they tend to just be like the big dino guy and then the guy riding on him. And I don't even think the saddle was a separate piece. Nothing more there. Okay. On this upper edge, can you see what we're doing? Yep, looks like it. I'm going to try to lighten this up here too. That needs some dark over there. That'll help separate this, I think. Nice liner brush action right there. Try and do it on that side too. Okay, there we are. That's what we needed there. Now this, I'm gonna... Well, now there we go. That's almost like a greenish yellow. Look at that. That's because we got some of our black mixed in with our hands yellow. So effectively that turns a greenish color. I mean, yeah, the cadmium green, all those other colors are really nifty, but sometimes you can kind of just make the same thing out of something else for a whole bunch less. That's fantastic, Pascal. But again, definitely send me the pictures and stuff there, and I'll see it. Oh yeah, let me know what your solution is there too, because I'm kind of curious about that. So see you later. Appreciate you being here. Also, too, we appreciate Armored Wolf for doing the moderations. Armored Wolf is doing a whole bunch of work, like always, at the same time. And everybody should also head to Armored Wolf Etsy. All things leather and more. I mean, obviously we talk about the dice bags all the time, but there's other things besides the dice bag. There's some wearable stuff as well. Journal covers, all kinds of fun things. Go check that out. Again, that is on Armored Wolf's Etsy page. Or Etsy store, sorry. Pages, stores, not quite sure. Let me swing back to some of our more of an orangey color in these things. Come on. Nope. Gotta refresh that paint some more. Okay, now I think we got it there. You know what? Maybe we throw a little more of our lighter green or go on these things. Is nice there. Now up here for sure. Ah, this too. Another edge to lighten up. I think we've managed to maintain our stuff on those. I don't think we've wiped out too much of our shade in there. Here, let's do a little something here with some kind of reflected light or whatever on these lower bits. Haven't really done anything on those yet. Now on these we either let me see if I can catch it. Okay, fine. We'll do a little bit of our lighter orangey stuff maybe on those. Maybe not too light either. Well, it's really more of a mid-tone. Yeah, that might look like a highlight on those things. That's just a mid-tone at most. You wonder what a mid-tone is? Well, it kind of is what it sounds like. So you got a value scale of 1 to 10. Let's say 1, 2, and 3 are going to be your light colors. 8, 9, and 10 going to be your dark colors. Well, guess what? Everything else in the middle, that 4, 5, 6, maybe 7, those are going to be your midtones, and that's actually where the vast majority of values are. They're not actually light and shadow. If you're just going to do a black and white pen and ink drawing, well, then of course you're going to have a lot of just black and white. Otherwise, a lot of it is going to be, again, some kind of a middle tone. Because not everything is shadow, not everything is highlight. And I think that's kind of what does not really get a whole bunch of talking about with the miniature painting. There's just, a lot of this push to highlights or increase the shadows. Obviously, that's going to be said quite a bit, but sometimes there's actually not enough mid-tone. Actually, a lot of the even a lot of this is mid-tone. Most of what there is mid-tone. A lot of this is mid-tone with the feel. Okay, so you got a highlight right there, right? Then you got some shadow colors there next to it, but everything else kind of a mid-tone. Same deal with this. Most of the stuff that's in the clothes is, yeah, especially here, most of it's just mid-tones. Again, halfway between light and dark. You have some shadows, you have some lights, but it can't be all of it. Otherwise, gonna be a problem. So I know that's kind of a painting terminology thing right there, but it's pretty darn simple. Yeah, mid-tones, halfway between light and dark. That's it. That's all you gotta remember. Now here, let me take the Burning Crimson. And here we're trying to make our mid-tones look that much lighter by putting something that's a whole lot darker next to them. Fine, I'm just gonna I'm just gonna separate that scale. It just makes more sense, even though the shape is actually kind of continuous. Let me let's just take another look, see at my reference here, which again, this is something that we were able to do. We took a picture of the miniature just primed, and then we basically colorized it. We tried trying out some different things. I had to kind of really instruct it to go stronger with, say, the shiny stuff, because it wasn't really doing that very much. Now I wonder, yeah, let me darken this down a little up here. Oh, gee whiz, we had some gray sitting there on that brush. Okay, we got that going. We're going to do a little bit more up here. With those darks, what about this skelly friend here? Now I can't stick my hand on there anymore for balance. That option not there anymore. I want to see if there's a couple little of these guys. Yeah, a couple little darks over some of the most obvious bits of scale there. Like so. Here, let's separate that from our piece of metal right there. But I do think that it is time to get some. Also, there's a whole bunch of printing stuff I gotta do. If we want to have stuff for our Monday stream, little special Battle of Midway historical painting stream there, we gotta actually print out some ships for that. And that's what I'm gonna go do now. As about we say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations. Also thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. Thank you so much, Rico. Appreciate the bitses there. And of course Rottweiler 2. We will be back at this, of course, on Monday. Oh, thanks, Camda. Appreciate you being here, as always. Yeah, we can't have to send you some of the new songs too that we developed. Now I think I might zoom out here so we can see just a teensy bit more of our fabulous Archvillain buzz. There he is. So there you go. That was super fun. Now again, we're just going to get this rate countdown underway because it takes a little bit of time. So thanks again, everybody. Really appreciate you being here. It's a quite different subject than what we were just doing last night. That is very different right there. So thanks again, everybody, and I will see you on our next stream on Monday.